Hi folks, I am Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 17th of January 2021. And I guess really I'm speaking to those who are all under the new Iron Curtains, all locked down because of something that's been really hyped out of all reality. By design, obviously, because there's so much contrary evidence regarding this, and I mean really substantial evidence, not rumours, that by doctors and epidemiologists and virologists coming out and saying that this thing here was pretty well gone even in June, and that there wouldn't even be a second wave, even when they claimed it was already starting. So what do we really have here with the PCR tests that they're putting out all the time, which are guaranteed to give you false positives? And now they're lumping, they actually admit it in some countries, that they're just putting people down with symptoms, down without even any tests at all, even the iffy ones, put them down and lump them in with positives or possible positives. You know. So this is what we saw again in 2009 with the flu season that year, where they started off with the same kind of tests, and then doctors were told, don't even bother doing the test, just put them down as having that particular virus at that year. And it's an incredible agenda how they're following rehearsals, planned tests and rehearsals and tabletop exercises, as like they call it, and involving all the different departments that they're using now on the people, on the countries, with Event 201 and Lockstep and all the rest of it, and the Clade X, etc., all to do with basically in preparation for possible biowarfare. That's what supposedly they really had it all readied for with Johns Hopkins University involved. But when you get the characters like Bill Gates and his World Health Organization, since he put so much funding towards them, and never mind the fact that when they lock down countries eventually and stop all economy, you're going to have famines, don't you? And now it's in the papers just this past week there. He's the biggest landowner now in America. That's just America, and it's not other countries. So, and again, he's got all the patents on these different veggie foods and so on, and meat substitutes, and some of the newcomers too, possibly, like the new wonderful worm burgers, the stuff you used to see on the Star Trek. With, who was it, those characters, Morph, what was it? No, the character Worf belonged to, was it Worf? And the Klingons, yeah, and this favourite dinner was this moving pile of stuff on their plate, was made of worms and so on. Well, welcome to it, folks. You're all the Klingons, I guess. And this is where you're supposed to get your protein from in the future. It's just astonishing, all this stuff from science fiction, long, long ago. All this stuff that came out from Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, even before actually, but definitely with Huxley's Brave New World, and he was in a lot of big world planning committees at the time. So was his brother, of course, Julian Huxley, and then you had 1984 George Orwell's book as well, and Animal Farm as well. So you had a club basically, that sometimes pretended to take opposite sides, but it was still a club. They all knew each other. And in fact, don't forget that Aldous Huxley at one point tutored George Orwell, or Blair as his name was then, at university, or Eton, I can't remember which one it was. But he tutored him for a while, and they exchanged letters throughout Orwell's lifetime. To do mainly with the kind of system that would come in and how it would come in, and how government would achieve its goals of efficiency. And this is where technocracy definitely comes into all of this. It was a massive movement in the 1930s when Huxley's books was written, and then in the 40s you had the later ones. You already had in the 30s and the 40s Orwell working as Blair, as basically an agent trained in university, to be a fighter for this new world system, the type of Lord Alfred Milner type of thing with the Young Turks and so on, that they created them and ran these organizations to bring in a supposed democracy that would eliminate the past, a socialistic type system, by eradicating religion and eventually the family unit. And the more advanced ones, the more forward, or what they like to call progressive ones, would definitely push out the family unit. And then they had to bring it back in again in the Soviet system when they found out they weren't going to breed another generation by that technique that would keep the system going. Quite a fascinating whole history we have when you can get a hold of the actual truth of it, because Orwell himself talked about the memory hole in his book, a system that would come where the hero or the target or the miserable character really is an anti-hero in a sense, who's fighting the system on his lonesome. Winston tries to write to the future to tell him what happened in the past. That was the idea. He kept a diary, you see, which was forbidden, of course, as well. And he lived in a system where everything was watched. Everybody's watched and monitored. Your expressions were analysed. Everything was analysed constantly. And you've been in it yourselves, actually, for a long time, and you don't even know it. Because you had a personal computer for privacy. Personal. It was your computer, not theirs. It wasn't Microsoft or anybody else's. It was yours. And you could put settings on it, and you would get little choices initially, of course. Would you mind if you put cookies on it and tracked you here and there? And, it's quite innocent, really. And then you had all the likes and dislikes, and everybody immediately fell for it. And out of the likes and dislikes, you've been analysed and categorised and pigeonholed. Quite suddenly. And they're quite happy to do, oh yeah, well, I actually like that one. I don't like that one. And then down the road, you see, you question, why didn't you like that one and this one? And they quite happily answer all that too. It's the same techniques that are used for polling, or to do with voting or any other topic, even vaccinations. The sort of vaccine hesitancy. If you have any thoughts for yourself at all, but rights, personal rights, to make your own decisions with informed consent, they call it, because you're supposed to go one way only, and that's what you're hesitant, you see. So making your own decision after getting informed means you're hesitant. You're supposed to not have hesitancy. You're supposed to do what you're told after being given your informed information, you see. But that's where they actually put lots of surveys out. Why would you be hesitant? Well, I don't like the ideas of everything I see now has got people sticking needles in folks' arms, And that's true, isn't it? It's everywhere you look. Probably thousands of photographs, all stock photographs too, because they can't really give you real patients, you know what I'm saying? That's not allowed unless you've got permission and yada, yada, yada. So a lot of them are just actors and they're stock photos. All of them will say that, stock photos. And so, but anyway, regardless, the whole idea is to get sticks until you're just used to getting pricked. You're a porcupine. Only you're not putting needles outwards, it's all getting pushed into you, you see. It's an inward turning porcupine. And that's what we are now, you see. So, conditioning has many techniques to be used upon to condition you along the path to make the choice that they desire. And that's what all modern information has been for your whole life, in fact. Psychologically designed with behaviorists and so on. And of course later on they brought the neuroscientists in as well. A lot of them are also into the behavior techniques of control. These things were set up, the behaviorists, for control purposes, to alter behavior. And you don't have to go very far to find the different books put out by many of the so-called founders that are heroes of the movement, because one of them even put their daughter in a cage for a while, and worked her like a kind of Pavlovian dog. It's a great hero to society, but that's what you're living in today. Is all the outcome of that, not the more perfected system, I'd say. Where before it used to be chance and trial and error, now it's perfect. They pretty well have an idea who will conform to whatever mandate the governments put out. And governments, again, are not there for the people. They haven't been there for the people my whole life. I don't know if they ever really were before that either. But even with the election, the first election that Trump was in for his first term, I remember the run-up to it. I remember what he said. And this is quite amazing, really, because he was backed by the pharma industries, and he said, I will give, again, it's always for your benefit, I will give the pharmacology the right to express things through on bypass testing for medications and drugs and so on. And it obviously meant vaccinations too. Because when people really need stuff desperately, then we'll try this and we'll try experimental things and bypass a lot of different testing. Well, that's the only thing he's actually done. What he's actually been in, isn't it? Pretty well for Americans. And all the other in Iran on basically the whole agenda of a particular working class, basically, of people who've been written off even with free trade long ago, and the loss of work and so on long ago, and who are demonized again by the oligarchy that runs everything. Because you do have an oligarchy which you don't vote in. And the oligarchy creates front people and front massive corporations. Massive corporations. They're not just off-the-cuff things. They're spontaneous sort of individuals doing this themselves. It doesn't happen like that in real life. Because you couldn't let, for instance, someone like a Zuckerberg really come out with something that was to be a massive information system, or anybody even to do with like Google, for instance. You couldn't allow them to just be the big search engine for the world and keep all the data to... No. You always put out your own ones first. You back them financially. They cannot fail. But you must have individuals that appear to the public as the real creators to make you think you still live in a system which isn't overwhelmingly oligarchic. You got a system at the top which is incredibly powerful. The CIA and MI6, in fact, put out real huge corporations, especially in the military-industrial complex. That way they can't lose control of them ever, you see. But you have lots of individual companies with real names for the corporations, and they have CEOs there and so on. They might even give you a fictitious founder of it. That came out, by the way, in the books that came out about Rockefeller, how the empire started up quite openly now. And when they pretended to deregulate it under the different agreements and laws that they brought out, because there's a massive cartel, basically, a system, a monopoly, I should say. And under Standard Oil and Rockefeller. And so under the pretense of basically selling different ones off to individuals, they weren't at all. It was all done under the table. And 2 years later, in some of the families that were set up to take over and pretend that they were running new oil companies, they were really still Rockefellers. Some of the family members came out long after that and admitted to it. This isn't hearsay or rumor. There are books out on it. Quite interesting books too. But unfortunately, most folk today are never interested about the past. You've been trained not to look at the past because it gives you too many clues of what can be happening today or going to happen tomorrow. That's very important. You're supposed to be in the now and stay naive and believe what you're told, you see. That way they can always do the same things over and over again. And in a system that's always been incredibly fictitious to an extent, and that is the form of government you think that you have. And corrupt, because the ones who are given the reins to push the power over the public and to be the faces the public see, they're allowed to scam like crazy. They're well rewarded. Why do you think politicians end up as multimillionaires on the salaries they get? Why do you think that happens? Come on. And they're pre-selected before that they're put in for the fact that they'll say yes to people above them, which that we don't vote in, but they all know this is who you really serve. That's how it really does work. It really does. And it always has. People who think, I can remember a book that was called The Whispering Gallery, and it was by a bureaucrat in Whitehall in England, London. Lifelong bureaucrat. And they all came from the upper crust, mainly, or definitely at the very least, the mid to high middle, really the high middle classes, or aristocracy, minor aristocracy. This guy, it was really interesting the way he he told you when he was at meetings with Churchill and his crew and his club. They had their club even during World War One, and they sat and chatted and then they heard the Zeppelin bombers at one point, the big balloon type bombers were coming over, drop a few bombs in London, and they were discussing the politics and this upcoming it went pretty well straight to the heart of who was bringing in this new thing called democracy. That's what we phrased it at the time. And Winston Churchill pretty well said that there'd have to be a different form to retain real governance. You're talking about a deep state, you see. But for the people, they'd always have the appearance emerging of having rights, and that's why they brought in suffragettes and so on. And the suffragettes, a lot of them came from the same aristocracy. Other ones literally went over to the Soviet Union. They had relatives already running the country there. These suffragettes. You should read their histories, it's quite fascinating. Real history is always really more fascinating than the childish nonsense that they just dish out to you, that they know you're never going to remember anyway, or you might remember bits of it and you'll parrot it off to friends who also will agree because that's a little bit that they've heard, you see. But nothing just happens by itself. But power never gives itself away. Doesn't say, okay. I like the movie. It was called A Blast from the Past with Christopher Walken. Excellent movie, good comedy, where the guy literally builds an underground shelter in the 1960s when at the height of the Cold War, and a jet plane was going to crash on the area, and they heard on the media that, it was a Cuban War thing, could be starting any time, but actually, so they went into their bunkers, and he went into his bunker, and a jet plane actually just ran out of fuel, a US jet, and crashed on his land. Well, they thought that was a bomb, you see, so he stayed in the bunker with his wife and his son for, I don't know, 30 years maybe, 28 to 30 years. Then eventually, throughout the whole story, it's quite interesting and quite funny, with the changes in society that they see when they go up in the elevator up into the surface and have a look around, and how they try to interpret what they're seeing, the changes. But at the end, they get enlightened that the whole thing had been a mistake. There had been no nuclear war on them, and what had happened. And then they eventually get moved to a new place in the country on the surface this time. And the son is trying to tell them. The son gets married, and he's trying to tell walking about the Cold War and what happened. And he says, the Russians eventually just gave up, He says, what? Yeah, the wall came down in Berlin, and the Russians gave up in Russia, or the Soviets did, and the Politburo, and that was it. And Watkins says, so they just threw his hands up and says, they just went home, they just gave up, just like that, after all those years of fomenting the world domination idea and so on, to take over. And Watkins starts to pace out the size of another shelter as soon as he hears that. Because he need to build another one. Yeah, in a sense that's right, because you're supposed to believe utterly ridiculous things at times. More so than I'm talking about Russia, but more so than that from daily news. We've never had such a concentrated, and I mean on board with one voice. Why bother having all these newspapers when they all say give the same handouts as stories? Why bother having the appearance of different ones is for your benefit to think that they are all different. And rather than tell you the truth, there's only one outlet. You're under Emergency Powers Act, that's what they call it in most countries, Britain, Canada, New Zealand, and so on. The Commonwealth countries, they still call them Commonwealth Association and Commonwealth Associated Countries. And they still have, Crown representatives sent out to govern over them, for folk who don't know, or lieutenant governors and governor generals, things like that. But of course, I always tell you it doesn't mean anything. They're just like figureheads. But all laws have to get signed by them on behalf of the Queen. So anyway, you really do live in a system they did have a deep state from the beginning. They had no intention. The rich had never any intention of handing over everything to you, huh? So that you could do what you wanted, so you'd have a nice life. Now, they had to give you the appearance, especially during the Cold War. Even Britain wasn't so good at it because it was so up in debt with World War I and II. But that gave you an appearance that you had some rights now and a few pennies left in your pockets after your week's work. And they made sure that you spent it, because mainly the pubs, that was a British thing for the pubs. They were that's where, that was the drug, that was the Soma quarters for most people. After the kind of work that they did, especially in mines or factories, when they had factories and things like that, that's where they'd go. And eventually they'd open up to women, and they'd have big lounges, and then they'd have their dances and so on. So it expanded from there. So folk thought they were winning, getting some rights and freedoms in certain areas. But you're still really a wage slave, aren't you? Because the British system was so well organized. I grew up reading the papers. I'd look at things that puzzled me, like how come someone who, for instance, was a plumber, or if a plumber wanted a plumber's apprentice, or a carpenter's apprentice, they call them joiners over there, or any kind of apprentice or job, the starting wage was across the country for Scotland and England was the same. It was the same for qualified tradespeople. I thought, how come it's the same everywhere you look, you know? Because surely if you've got independent companies hiring folk, they could decide to pay them whatever they wanted, like a range, maybe a certain basic minimum, but a certain range. If they're short of workers, you bring them in, you offer them more cash. But no, it's pretty well the same across the country. And then, of course, you had the incredible taxations in Britain. They even put out from the British government, the Ministry of whatever it was, taxation, or videos using actors sitting on park benches getting told by the other guy who works at the park, telling him why his pound note doesn't leave him much to spend for himself, you know, this inflation thing. And they showed you a circle, and a big chunk of it was to go for the tax for the last war, you see. Another chunk was to go for World War I. Another chunk was to go for money borrowed by Britain, by different strange entities across the world. These are like street neighborhood branch of whatever bank it is. These are the characters that lend to nations, eh? Then it showed you the interest rate, they'd have to pay back compound interest and all that. And so he left this little bit at the circle that was going to be for you see. And that was to pay your rent, that was to pay for your bus fare, because most folk didn't have cars, working class. Pay for your bus fare to wherever you were going to work, you see, so you could get a wage to pay the taxes. And things like that. Just fascinating to watch what they put out there and what the people put up with. And they also, come in the 50s and 60s, under the socialist system and government, for efficiency's sake, they would give you brownouts across certain patches of the country at times. To save energy, they called it, getting you all ready for what's happening today, by the way. It's all been beta tested out over the years. Everything that they're doing right now has been beta tested in the past, including the vaccinations, and how to put across the public so they'll fight each other to get it. They tried that in 2009. But back to this idea of, say, Britain, rationing. I mean, the rationing in Britain, there were rationing cards still getting printed up to 1951, and maybe implemented then too. And even when they stopped the rationing cards, right through, it's before World War II onwards, because you went through a Great Depression that didn't lift, and then you went straight into World War II. That's what lifted it out a little bit by borrowing money. Isn't it strange? The IMF's telling you to, every country just borrow money, borrow and spend. The consumers do borrow it and spend. Just like it did after 9/11, remember that? So, as I say, it's all been done before, all been tested out before. And then when you start to think you're getting ahead a little bit, there was a bit more work at one point. They did open the door to mass migration. Again, when they cemented the European Union, even leading up to the European Union, they started bringing in, and they had almost riots in London, in the docks, for because they didn't have enough. They were short of jobs already, and they were bringing folk in from other countries and giving them it. This is intentional. That's how you foment dissent, do you understand? It's all intentional. Those at the top can't have peace, and they can't have you thinking you've got rights. So if you still have work, and you have some kind of peace, you're not fighting anybody else for the jobs, then you have some sort of contentment. If you're contentment, then you really are more apt not to budge. If they try to lay off people too many, or replace you with other workers, then you'll really start to get a bit rough. This is how they manage people. It's the same with ethnic wars and ethnic identity and ethnic cultural wars. It's all led from the top. All led from the top, folks. And every group is supplied with its leaders to foment hatred or anger against the next. And they're trained and paid by the top. Quite interesting. I put up one little article today, in fact, by Coulter. She's in the bad books of most folk right now because she turned on Trump. But again, too, she didn't say that much that wasn't quite true about Trump, because he really hasn't done much for the people of America. Did a lot of promising. A lot of tweeting, but he didn't actually do anything. You know? He was really an object of an ideal that basically the disaffected and the forgotten folk used, because they had nobody else to choose. As I said before, Trump got in because they had nobody else to vote for. You had Hillary Clinton or Trump. Isn't that odd? I even said at the time, how come you can't get better politicians, who are politicians at least, than what they're giving you here? It was a setup. I really do believe that. And the build-up of propaganda through, again, organizations that pretended to speak for everybody else as alternate voices. You know, Trump was just an ordinary guy, a blue-collar worker, they said. He likes to eat pizza and talk to window cleaners for, that kind of stuff. It's fiction. It's all fiction, how they build it up. And people who give you the fiction, you should never believe anything they ever tell you. Because they're operators, you see. And operatives. But yeah, Coulter did say a few things about, as an example of how some of the ethnic strife is put forward. I'll put it up tonight, that one article, whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter about that. Even if she is CIA, which she might very well be, since they do pick up people in college and they promote a whole career for them in media. You know that, to all sides as well. And it's not me making that up. You can find it from their own words. Years ago, when it all came out on the mainstream news at the time, that these characters, lots of these characters, didn't mention her name by then, but they had lots of people, agents, working in all kinds of... And of course they do. The CIA was not set up as some kind of deterrent to any foreign government that might have plans on America. It was set up to control a system to bring America into a world governance system. And the Americans, unfortunately, would fund it all, never knowing it. That's why the USA was toppling country after country with the CIA boasting about it openly, after the facts, how clever we were, etc. But anyway, Coulter goes into one of the so-called heroes or the martyrs that caused the riots, BLM and so on. And it's the one where the cops supposedly are told that, remember the time, had went into the wrong house and shot at this guy they were after and had the girlfriend instead. And she was innocent and all, but then she exposes stuff in this article, which was all known then, obviously, that it wasn't the wrong house they went to. And they didn't know what it was about. And they go through the fact they've been tapping their conversations for a long time, the woman and the guy, because they were heavily involved in selling all kinds of drugs and fentanyl and so on. I'm not saying that's a reason for invading them or shooting them. I don't believe in these home invasions. They're doing home invasions now by police on folk because, someone tipped them off, there was an extra person there, and that kind of nonsense. No, home invasions are for totalitarian regimes and police states and banana republics. I don't care. It's like the David Koresh thing. at Waco. They could have got the guy anytime, any week he went into town himself. It was for a show. It's a big show. It cast a spell on American people when they made war on the civilian entities inside America. That's what it was for. A shock. A new type of black-clad military police, And a warning everybody else, especially religious groups and so on. Doesn't matter if you like them or don't like them. The fact is, who's next? And again, you got to understand how the system really works. Don't get caught up in the presentation. It's this group against that group. It's much bigger than all of that. Or left against right. The deep state decided they wanted to get Trump out. Simple, And I think it's possible. Don't rule us out, folks, I said at the time, the people of the US had no one left to vote for. No one liked Hillary, I think, on either side, really. Especially after her cackling display on television we saw he died, of a guy who had bayonets put up his rectum on that television. And she cackled like a psychopath, but completely misunderstanding how that would go over to the public. As a psychopath, she thought they'd all applaud her. Because that's what they do. They overdo things, psychopaths, So, yeah, and the deep state didn't want her. She was up to her eyes and all kinds of things, and so many different scandals, And so they gave Trump instead. And I really do wonder if it was a setup from the beginning with Trump playing his role, because the guy really didn't do much for the US. The infrastructure stayed the same. Basically, don't forget, he put out the Insurrection Acts before 6th of January happened. He signed it. It's now going to get used on everybody else that attended that rally. You start putting things into his perspective, And why didn't he sign it before and go after the ones when literally they were trying to burn down the church next to the Capitol building, Washington D.C. Remember that? He didn't sign the Insurrection Acts then. And as I said before, there was a lot more honest discussion before the laws all changed for journalists. It was evident in Britain because they did have 2 high court judges come out and were given the task of rewriting the rules for journalists with all the rules to follow. In Australia and in Britain, and Canada joined in suit without saying so, but they did. And so a lot of the conversations they could have had with the public, little talks and so on, were gone. And it was through the little odds and ends in their opinions that they bring in some occasional facts, Not a lot, but occasional facts here and there, which would give you an idea. If you put things together, you can connect the dots. Things that they weren't saying, but now is completely different. It's a unified voice. They don't, as I say, they only keep so many of. We're paying for all these papers, you see, these news sites that you see, the big ones. We pay for them. We've been keeping them afloat for the last 20 years now, really. Because you have to, the appearance of authoritative forces, you understand that? The appearance of authoritative sources. That they themselves says that we are the authoritative sources. Everything else is just a little blogger or something, or as a discredit all the voices out there decrying what's going on in all quarters. But don't forget that back in early 2000, there were a lot of organizations inside the States and Britain, all over the world really, reevaluating the systems they lived in, with media, with governments, and left and right paradigm that seemed obsolete actually at times. I mean, what is a Republican Party anymore? What is it in this? What does it mean? The neocons under Bush Jr. literally, changed it all. They were really liberals, the neocons, the war hawks and so on, for a different agenda and for global war and domination and so on. Of course they were. Using all kind of pretenses. And so a lot of folk were asking the right questions. What is government now? What does it mean? And the press was just a mouthpiece to to permit the government to do all these wars across the world. Well, the American people and British folk and so on invaded countries, and the taxpayers paid for all. With bogus stories of why you had to go and invade those countries and pay for all. I mean, you're living in fantasy land. We've lived in the biggest psyop for probably 30 years, actually, at least 30 years. And before that, it wasn't quite as perfected, but it was still a psyop, a big psyop. You have to go into the global agenda and go into those that gave you educational systems. Very important. The reason, and you read why they gave you educational systems. It wasn't to help you because they liked you, the peasant. Part of it was that they had to have a basic understanding of written regulations and rules, or even how to operate machinery and so on. So they had to give, very unwillingly too, give you a basic education for reading and writing. They had meetings in the 19th century about it. If the people had too much free time, because those days they worked 16 hours a day, remember. If they had too much free time, then no good might come out of their discussions as they start complaining to each other about their working conditions. These were all recorded by massive meetings and brought up through meetings in Parliament in Britain. So suddenly you're free, and after World War I, and the women got their votes for suffragettes. But even then, the guys still had to fight. A lot of them, the working class people, didn't have any property to get the vote. They never mention that, do they? They really don't mention that. Because it doesn't fit the present narrative, the modern narrative, does it? Or the modern agendas. Everything's an agenda. Everything you look at is an agenda. And back to Winston Churchill, talking about the future and those upstarts bringing in this new system called democracy. Quite amazing, And today they've got people across the world more divided than ever, the oligarchy, with all their operatives. Again, remember that Coulter one, that story at least to do with it, but she fills in some things she could have said long ago, It's always after the facts, and they've served their purposes, they let little things out the bag, Including the real reasons for wars at times. Sometimes a generation afterwards will tell you some of the real reasons, or who benefited from it, and financial and otherwise. But you have to realize that, no, most history is bogus, or bunkum, as they say. And the ones who are given the real, the Ivy, you used to call it the Ivy School history, were to work for the system, not against it, or never for the people, but work for the system, really, and keep the people, again, under illusions as opposed to reality. Because they've got to make you proud of the country, regardless of the background of the history and really what's really happened. Scotland is a great example of it. I always think of Scotland because it had so many rebellions against London, not just to get their own king back in, Prince Charles or whatever, but before that and afterwards, they had rebellions because they didn't want to get dominated by someone else. Who does? Who does, Every other country does the same thing. People in India wanting the Brits out of India. Quite rightly so, too. Armies go into your country and start kicking you around, sometimes literally. What are you supposed to do, like them? An invasion is an invasion. It's the same as the US took over from Britain, that's utterly broke, And it's not world policing, it's the world military for an empire. We are an empire now. Remember that phrase? Well, who benefits from this empire? As people back home have fewer and fewer jobs through automation. And then the politicians that boast about having an empire now, who are just fronts, of course, but they're well-paid fronts, and they're allowed to finagle different other deals in businesses and so on, and with insider trading, which they made legal for themselves. And they can't fail when you get insider trading, when you know what your government's going to invest in, even across the waters and so on. It's called corruption, but it's legal corruption, because corruption is a state of mind. It depends what oligarchs permit and what they don't permit. There's no justice, like Plato said. It's just the appearance occasionally of justice. You know? That's all they can give you. They can't ever give you the reality, because you might get upset. But Scotland, again, is a great example, because it was the last kind of feudal system in the white world. You know? And they had a clan basis, or a kind of remnant of a tribal basis, but it's still a remnants, because it was dying off in the 1500s to an extent, got weaker and weaker. And then when they got together to try to reclaim their country at one time, long after the earlier version with Wallace, but much, much later with Prince Charles, not the ones that character that's in the Prince of Wales today, but the Stuart lineage, of course. And basically a genocide happened after, authorized genocide, because again, London was good at it. Empire builders are good at it, slaughter, and they don't mess about when they slaughter. They do it. I mean, Lord Kitchener, that was sent across to sort out Arab countries, and in India, whenever there was uprisings, he was sent over because he got the job. He put in martial law and killed every fifth man. Round them up, every fifth man, line them up in villages, towns, kill them. That was classified for 100 years under the Official Secrets Act. Because you want your own children to get the nice fairy story that the red bits in the map there that we own, you own nothing, but we own, you pay for all. Yeah, that's ours, is that. You know. But the US has been doing the same thing too, and paying for it naturally through the taxes and supplying the manpower and woman power. And the costs of all, massive costs of all, and you pay for it, but other companies get the profits. I mean, the US is still taking the oil of Syria and the northern oil fields. They're still taking that, you see. That's where they've still got troops there. And they'll be continuing the war in Syria to annihilate them, because they haven't really stopped, That's on the list, the PNAC group list. So, again, reality doesn't mix well with your idea of your country or yourselves. It doesn't really go down very well. And you've all kind of fake people running your sides, whatever side you're in. Of course, I've said it before, whatever your particular thing is, or twist of a thing even. Well, I like this movement, but not. I'm more of this within that movement. They've got a ready-made one already for you, with leaders, guaranteed. Why would they sit and wait for you to do it? And supply with them. But it's again back to Scotland. It's a country that had genocide put upon them in the 1700s into the 1800s. All you had across the Highlands in Scotland and elsewhere were regiments of Scottish troops, Gordon Highlanders and Seaforth Highlanders and Argyll and Southern Highlanders, the Cameronians and so on. All these different groups, stacks of them. When you look at the history of Scotland, you pretty well see that their culture and their identity was remade, a brand new identity, to suit and serve the plans of the British Empire, or London. They call it the London Empire, which they did. It adapted into it and adopted this pride, this new pride, and with uniforms and the military being all over the place, lots and lots of recruiting officers across Scotland. And that they went off to fight for the British Empire for very quickly, in fact, until it became the new normal for them very quickly too. And they saw themselves as basically a nation that produced warriors, you might say, fighting battles across the world that they didn't benefit from, and were made to feel proud about it. And once they got in past the early 1800s, they because they allowed the people to have some kind of pride, young guys, if they joined the military, and then they sent across the world to fight the battles for London. They were the shock troops, kept the population of young guys down in the Highlands, and they were useful then for expanding the empire for London. And then they go through World War I and II. World War I, a mass slaughter campaign is what that was on all sides. And then World War II after that. And once they had realised that we've got NATO now, and we've got lots of other countries involved for other troops and stuff to keep this world empire system going, you see. We don't call them empire, we call them unions. It was a European Union and so on. An American Union for the Americas, for NAFTA, and the NAFTA agreement, and, and have amalgamations for the Americas all worked out within the NAFTA agreement. I mean, Mexico was just the start of bringing in Latin America. And the Caribbean, by the way, was lumped in with NAFTA agreement, for those who don't know it. And that's the USM, was it US, Mexico, and Canada, yeah. They changed the name of it. It's the same organization. And also, they create another one they already had the one for the Far East in Australia and New Zealand and Japan and so on, and a few other countries over there, by the CFR, who drafted up the agreements long ago, But they also created the one for the Pacific now. Obama started it under his reign. He wasn't the boss of it either. They all play their parts, it's all prescripted. And then, of course, Trump come in and pushes it eventually through. Claims that he stopped one, but actually he used the same organized system as Obama and then expanded it. And now, and they even included India in it. And so the Western countries are already falling apart. More so now with the COVID exercise, right? the big war. And trillions getting borrowed from goodness knows where, but borrowed and spent out there immediately, one after the other. Another 1.5, another 1.3 trillion, another 1.5 trillion every other month. And you think you're going to get out of this? You think you're going to escape this collapse, this planned collapse? See, the US is being brought down now. Brought down. And you'll get taught that this end of nationalism, that's what the left is saying. The left won't, the figureheads for the left aren't going to go around to the people that think that this, who think that they belong to the organization, the working class people, the ordinary people. The leaders have got nothing in common with you. They're going to just keep feeding you money forever. Do you really believe that? Do you really? You're waiting to see the oligarchic conditions that come down the pike attached to everything, step by step by step. You wait and see. And look, everybody's so divided into ethnic groups, or they think they are. And they're all taught to hate each other. And they'll never figure out that the leaders are supplied to them, and well paid, by the way. Who else can advocate total revolution in the street and get away with it, including the leaders of the left? Huh? But facts don't matter, because the oligarchs, you see, really run the show with the agencies that they have underneath them, the multitude of agencies. The US apparently has just added a whole bunch more agencies to the agencies they already have, including the space agency is an intelligence agency. And really, for equality, right? I'll state this, and don't forget it. You'll know when we've got real democracy, right? And when every radicalized ethnic group will be happy and at peace. You know when it will be? When the oligarchy comes out openly and admits they hate each ethnic group equally. Because obviously you can't say, stop hating this group and then tell them to hate another group. No, that can't be. We'll all have to be given our share of hate from the oligarchy by the oligarchy, who hate us all, obviously. Of course they do. Divide, conquer, divide, conquer. Well, who's dividing and who's doing the conquering and who's benefiting from all? It's all control, isn't it? It's what I mentioned before, unconventional warfare from the military's own handbooks. This is what they have done in color revolutions for years. They're still doing it in Syria and across the Middle East today and parts of Africa. Sometimes they're in there for 10, 15 years doing this kind of stuff, using and even putting in their own bloggers who speak for you. Then have their little twists in what you should think. And they're actually designed to be appealing to people. Again, psychologists involved, you see. Well, I like so-and-so, but they're doing it. But I like them, they're quite nice. Yeah, that's how it's done. It works all the time. Then they give your opinions and what you should. And even when it's just what's stunning. It really works at what I've just mentioned there, because sometimes I'll mention to people, do you know that the whole QAnon was promoted by an intelligence agency that specializes in overthrowing governments? Some of them you've heard on certain shows, by the way. And they promote each other. And when you'll hear certain ones whose profession it is to overthrow governments, they admit that, promoting certain bloggers in your country, you should start to get the little hairs in the back of your head going up. You're getting a clue there, you know. But again, I can't think for people. You can't think for other people. You've got to allow them to think for themselves. But the whole QAnon thing too, you know. And this fracas they had on the 6th of January, to me it's been all orchestrated from the beginning. They had the groups definitely ready to go in at the front up the building there, that they've already got so much evidence of some BLM agitators, professional ones though. These are professional guys, and Antifa groups combined, they all know each other. Right down to having their photographs taken. It's almost like that before the night was over, you had the same spiel across all media. Look at the nutcase. There's a guy with the cow gear on his horns next to another guy wearing, I think it was a badger hat. And we know who both of them are. And that's what goes across the world. Look at these mad people that are Trump followers, you know, mad Republicans, mad white folk. You know, that's what they said to white people. That's, again, the mantra of hate, you see, authorized by the oligarchy at the top. All set to go. This was all prearranged. And you saw them getting allowed into the building. Giuliani, I don't trust most of these guys, but Giuliani had at least some good video. I might find the link to it. It's on BitChute, where it's obviously their own photographers they use. I don't know if you know that Antifa and so on use their own photographers. They go for anybody else who's not theirs, you know. And you see them going up to the door where that woman was shot, and someone helped her up there. It's almost like you see the guy with the gun standing there waiting. It's almost like he's waiting for her. And someone lifts her up there and she got shot. And she would have been the martyr that would have really been used to stimulate a real attack on the house. That's what I think it was for. You know. She was a patsy set up. And you see the ones around are actually well-known members, professionally trained agitators. It's all come out. Doesn't matter though, the facts don't matter there. But most folk at that day never went into the building. Multiple thousands didn't go into that building. And again, this and it's so true, this idea of Trump saying, I'll meet you down there. Well, they all went down there, and he doesn't turn up. But it was the setup was there with the guys, with their young guys, with their grappling hooks and their ropes and everything else. Eh? But you'll hear it from yourselves. Even the police being told to let us in, we're Antifa, and then move the big barriers in front of the buildings, allow them in. All staged, all prearranged. You know? Because it's to stop anyone inquiring about voter fraud. That was one thing. And now anybody who says now that the lost masses of I would hardly even call them right-wing. What is a Republican now? Or right-wing or conservative? What are they? Do you know the left had no problem when Bush Jr. was in the neocons? With 9/11 and all the wars on the go? No problem, no. Even now Obama has his photograph taken all the time with Bushes and so on. And Bill Clinton all together, you know, all quite happy. The happy coalition, because the oligarchy had put them there. And they did their little bits that were assigned to them. And played the game, you know. But back to about 2000, the year 2000, as I say, so many people in the media asked the questions, what is going on? This is before 9/11 happened. You can see the militarization internally of things getting all ready across the world, not just in the States. It was obvious. And the passing of omnibus crime bills in Canada in 1998, I think it was. Nothing was happening at the time. What's going on here? You know? It's all scripted, the things that were to come. You can't have such a great crystal ball that you seem to be right most of the time. You get the events that you want, your Pearl Harbor event, to kick it all off. And then they poo-poo other people who try to go by predictions or religions or all of those crazy. Well, what are they using? You know? Oh, you have experts who assess situations and have a feeling, they test the wind, you know. But back to the whole stage thing at the Capitol building there. And just look at even the photography, this guy with the cow gear on is perfect, isn't it? Here's the face of the new white Republican far-right candidate. This is what they said. The guy isn't far-right, belongs to their group. He's been at all the other meetings we had on BLM too. And I'll put this in case anybody complains. That guy, if he wants to believe he's a cow, has a perfect right to believe it in this day and age. Absolutely. There you go. But that's what they give you for news. Staged events like that to eliminate even the return to any big group push to try to retain rights for ordinary folk in America are now discredited and stopped. Remember, they said they would do, Pelosi and others said they would do this before the election even happened in November. That they wouldn't, if they went against it, they would never allow such an organization of the right to ever form ever again. This is before it happened. And she's only parroting what her bosses are telling her. And they all have bosses. But I still think, as I say, because of discussions that were out there, even by the mainstream at one point, when they could say something here and there once in a while, that it was almost during the Bush era as though they were getting the public to be so disaffected with government systems of left and rights that eventually they would demand. I had lots of articles that the people might demand, and they're promoting the idea from professors that people might eventually demand a system because the left-right thing isn't working anymore. Well, isn't it possible that Trump was a con man from the beginning, playing his part right through? Why didn't he do any of the things he said he'd do? He signed bills which allowed lots of foreign techies to come in from India and elsewhere into the States rather than look after American jobs at home. I think he did it twice. Under the agreements, again, the free trade agreements, you see. So the things he did were always contrary to what he would tell the people. And really, I think the whole idea with it, with his family involved, like some kind of dynasty, was intentionally put across to make, again, push this idea that the old system's obsolete. Don't forget that technocracy wants efficiency. Communism wanted efficiency against elevating science above everything else. That was the idea. What have you heard during this whole COVID exercise? Science, or anybody who defies the science is a Luddite or mad or dangerous even. It all works together. Nothing happens by itself in our system. And you're constantly getting programmed for different things which are to come, constantly. Now remember, folks, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Go into the site itself, my own site. Don't just rely on outside sources, because you can see that the oligarchs are on a warpath mode, or have told their puppets down below to be on a warpath against any contrary information out there on anything pretty well now. It's going to get a lot worse than this on any topic at all eventually. As you're trained into the kind of Brave New World and scenario, and George Orwell's system too of 1984, but they're both combined at this moment. Of course they are. I've always said they would use both systems at once. And so cuttingthroughthematrix.com, make sure you list the sites I have in case any go down. And if anything happens, hopefully you can still go in there and listen to me talking my head off. And also you can donate to me, and you'll find out how to do it, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Even personal check and PayPal. Cash is okay. MoneyGram still works. I can't get unfortunately, into the post office for a while because this is a lockdown for a month now. Yeah. And I won't even argue the rights and wrongs of it, or the PCR test, or the matter that only maybe a few folk have tested positive. Testing doesn't mean you're sick, folks. And if you have the common cold, you'll test for it too. It's a coronavirus. So I won't even bother arguing all these different points at the moment. But the fact is, it's a whole month for essential things only. I mean, they mean really essential. They've also put out, supposedly, I don't know if they're police or a civilian police force now or something. It could be the contact tracers they're using that I said would get turned into something like the Stasi. But they put them through stores which are allowed to open, like the food outlets and so on, to go after the people and follow them around the store to make sure they keep distancing apart and give them instant fines on the spot if they inadvertently get too close to each other, or their mask slips down, or whatever it happens to be. This is incredible tyranny, folks. Incredible tyranny. But again, I won't even just go into that. There's no point anymore. It was planned long before you heard of COVID-19. And you've already had the gleeful announcements in the newspapers from a lot of the characters who were in on the planning, say that they admired China and they knew that China could order the people to obey right away. But in the democratic countries, they couldn't deal with the folk the same. And they were so happily surprised how quickly everybody became obedient in the West and did what they were told. They all said that. Neil Ferguson and different ones too. Canada did the same thing. Trudeau's openly, he's quite open about his complete love for the Chinese system of communism. Because he gets ordered and people just do what they're told, or else, you see. So we're at cuttingthroughthematrix.com, and we'll see what we can do. We can still get the books out eventually when I can get into town, I suppose. And don't forget, too, under these perpetual lockdowns, I say perpetual because I'll put up, too, the guidance from the government for Canada and for Ontario, where it's right in there that it can be 30 days at a time, and immediately renewed before it's up for another 30 days. They can take it for a whole year. Remember what Fauci said just last year, at the beginning of this whole thing, when he said it wasn't even going to affect America, just ignore it. And don't borrow masks, you don't need them. Until the whole plan was unraveled step by step. And he admitted later he lied to the people and about this, and he lied about that. For the greater good, though. It's for your own benefit that they lied to you, you understand. And then he said, as he got towards late summer, he says, I'd rather have the people locked down for even a year and a half, maybe 2, he says. And he said that again in the fall. Who is this guy? I don't vote for him. There are so many top people in virology and epidemiology who know their stuff. Way overqualified, way beyond Fauci, who completely disagree with them. Because Fauci's a bureaucrat. Well-paid bureaucrat. With his fingers in different pies. Of course he is. But he's in on the agenda, obviously. And he's in with the deep state, the real kind of CIA organization. He's got clearance. He works with biolabs. And that's where you make the bioweapons, isn't it? So yeah, complete lockdown and so on. But again, back to Trump again. It does make me think, because I say, people didn't have anybody really to vote for the first time. But they were completely disaffected about what had been happening in the country. And the service economy had all been put into since all the free trade agreements. and the closing of lots of factories and all the spin-offs and engineering companies, all the different ones who supplied the factories and made things for them, and so having many different levels of work, gone by the oligarchies, again, using your politicians. I'll say it again, you should go in, I guess if James Goldsmith's talk to the Senate, when they were debating about the free trade things, they were going to say, I knew it was a foregone conclusion, but he told them what would happen, what was going to come, mass unemployment. Service economies, pass things around, buy it, import stuff, pass it around from hand to hand until it's at the stores and to the customer. And then the customer takes all the levels of taxation that's now missing that used to come from the levels of production, from raw ore to a finished billet, say, of steel, to the next phase, to a plant that made it into whatever, etc., etc. All levels of taxation, all gone. And then import duty is gone. So all those taxes gone had to be placed upon the taxpayer under many different kind of taxes and hidden taxes. And they used it with Britain, of course, and Canada as general sales tax and value-added tax. Then they lumped it into the harmonized sales tax, they call it now, People don't know what they're living through because we are too easily led by emotion. Dissatisfaction generally shows itself first with emotion and irritation in the early stages, then leading to anger. Then leaders are supplied to you who say everything you're thinking, and then they lead you up the garden path or use you. But everything that happened on the 6th of January is exactly what your own forces do across the world in unconventional warfare in all these different countries. Everything. To achieve an objective. They achieved their objective, and now those who are now serving the oligarchs as the pretended rulers for the oligarchs are to be vicious, you see, now really vicious. And all the different agencies have set up will go out there looking for anybody that's got a point of view that's not far left, or at least happily connected with Marx. Don't forget the Marxist ideology was to be a collective society. Kind of sameness, boring sameness. And the United Nations, that was definitely Marxist. And they use terms like Trotskyist, there's different versions of the same thing. It's all the same thing, folks. Because it's a collectivist type society they wanted you to live in, where individuality would be frowned upon. That's exactly what the United Nations said to the biggest enemy to the planet is the individual, as opposed to the collective. Is it? That's what you had in Brave New World. The happy utopia, you see, where they eventually brought the savage from outside, from the wilderness, into their advanced utopia, where all the people who lived in the utopia were artificially bred or created genetically from human cells, all the bad ones taken out, the bad ones. They would make them individuals, you see, to give, so you had alpha, betas and so on, and all the way down. And they'd all be bred for their place in society, for their work. That was the distribution of labor, you see, the Marxist ideology, So you'd breed them for their work. And they'd all be trained through hypnopedia, I think it was, if that's what Huxley called it, when that sleep indoctrination was a big fad, long ago. Repetition. Eventually, of course, it was more perfected with MK Ultra and LSD and the constant repetition of the same phrases over and over. That's what they did in MK Ultra later on, Oh, by your own authorities, or the CIA again. Oh, that's right, yeah. But then again, 30 years before that, there's Huxley with Brave New World talking about using it through tapes, or even record players, records. So every type of class for work was given its own indoctrination to be happy, you see. But collective. So really, an alpha should be much the same as every other alpha. Anything outside of what they were supposed to do was deviant behavior. So 1930, it was in 1932 or 3 that it was published, I think, Brave New World. And when you see the movies that came out on it, there's different ones. One was done in 1980, another one done in 1998 perhaps, or 90s for sure. And they update the later one, of course, with more sex in it and so on, more explicit. But in the 1980s version, they go through the different rhymes that each person's taught to repeat. About promiscuity, it was your duty to be promiscuous. Yeah. But have no partner that you would go to over and over again. You'd have different partners all the time. But you couldn't breed, you see, because the hatchery is to breed the perfect humans. And the removal of certain genes and insertion of other genes to try and perfect the species, but also to make them all happy. So there's no conflict in the great big city they lived in. Everybody had everything they wanted. In the actual book version, we're almost past that phase, because they also, in the analogy of the whole thing, they were taught to be happy consumers. So the material goods are all being met, you see. And don't forget Marxism too, is dialectical materialism. And materialistic produce was very important to them, and the consumption of it was very important too, the right kind of consumption for the right products. And so everybody could get everything they wanted, and they were given benefits, you see, coincidentally, where they'd be, but the age of 30, maybe 35, they would stop at that age. They wouldn't look any older or feel old age problems until they hit about 70, 80, sometimes 90 years of age. Then they suddenly age as cells died off and so on. And because it was programmed into their genes to go, they actually programmed death into their genes at a certain age. But there's a varied, maybe 10-year span amongst them it could happen within, you see. And the children were taught to go around these places where they were dead or dying, and to sing happy, cheerful songs, because death was a happy thing, you see. And if you didn't die on cue, they were happy to give you euthanasia. We have that now. We're past that phase almost, not all of it, naturally. Promiscuity was awfully successful from the 60s onwards, with drugs too, eh? And the hippie era, and then drugs and LSD and promiscuity, and the pill, of course, contraceptive pill, and a mass abortion. So we're kind of past it to an extent, because under the World Economic Forum and the Great Reset, you see, you're going into post-consumerism. But what's interesting in Brave New World is all the slogans for everything, and they even named the surnames after batches of the people in the great city. They named them from the nursery onwards, from certain batches, as like Rothschilds was one of them, and Ford, for the Ford Motor Company, and different ones like that, you see. And Marx as well. Even Lysenko was in one of the versions as well. So the important folk, they call important people in history, would be you'd get their namesakes basically, and you perform your duties and be happy, having sex all the time, being physically well up until the time it's your duty to die, and you wouldn't have old age problems at all, and you'd look much the same, not much over 35 or so until you hit your maximum years, then you suddenly age. And they had Soma, which was the answer to everything. All stresses were dealt with Soma, and all the different categories that they bred for work was Soma, Soma, Soma. In the dialogues, of course, in the movie, they'll actually come out with a little bits of the dialogues of their system. If there's any questions about their system, why they did this and why they did that. And that science itself, according to Alpha Plus, the leader at the time, and one of them, I think it was a 1980s version, or 82, whatever it was, but he actually says to another alpha, he says, oh no, a younger alpha, he says, I know you're doing your best, you're doing things efficiently and accurately, but he says, don't forget that science isn't just to be accurate, science is about control. And so you'd have to often lie to the people below you, the reasons why you were doing certain things, but justify it by the use of science. It's really scientific, it's proven, you see, when it really wasn't. They were doing things for control purposes. That's what we hear today now. What I say with COVID. Oh, science has proven, eh? Science says, or I'm following science, says Boris Johnson. The same science that told you not to worry about it in the beginning from Fauci, who then says, don't wear face masks, they're no use to you. Who later on said, and says most Americans shouldn't really worry about this, it probably won't affect us much at all. And who completely reversed everything. Again, this is a guy who uses science, right? Reversed everything. You must wear masks. And you should be fined if you don't. And you should just do what you're told. They actually said that on a TV show. You should just do what you're told. Don't think for yourself. You don't have the ability to understand this. Just do what the experts say. Do what you're told, he said. And that would be the problem, he said on the interview, with Americans. Because Americans are too used to making their own decisions. You know, what a nuisance it is for technocrats, isn't it? So you're living through amazing times. But I advise everybody to go through Brave New World, the different versions of it. Because you do get a lot from it, of how things aren't quite just openly developing by themselves, and weren't in the past, by the way. When you think that Aldous Huxley, who gave the speech at Berkeley in the 60s, to students who were into behaviorism and psychology for control purposes, all experiments are done on innocent people who don't know they're being experimented upon. They use a lot of students for that too, you know. But he gave the talk at Berkeley, and he said, well, all these things that talk about in Brave New World are coming to pass, and more, and a lot more will still come to pass. But he was absolutely confident of it. So although it was written as a kind of tongue-in-cheek look at a possible future, it came from the fact that he already sat, and his family, remember, but they were actually related to it. It wasn't just the fact that the grandfather, Thomas Huxley, was Darwin's bulldog, geneticist, you see, and the genetics and superior and inferior types. But they belonged to all the groups that ran socialism. That's what Julian Huxley's brother was into for UNESCO. Quite openly, the planned society, the planned world society. That's what we're going into now. Do what you're told, into a post. Even though it was all fake, they had to give you some slack at times in democratic, but post-democratic system. Because don't forget, Emergency Powers Act is a martial law act, which you use under wartime scenarios. And democracy goes out the window during that period. That's why COVID is the system they decided to push. They couldn't strip you of all your rights now without it, without a war. You either have a real war against a physical enemy, or you create one with an invisible one. And you all have to do what you're told now, you see, or else. So much for democracy, that's out the window, and that's why they chose this. And by the way, that's why, again, it's no secret. This isn't just coincidental. The Club of Rome, I've mentioned this before, the CEO of it was quite open about the fact that businesses wouldn't be able to open up without being sustainable, and they'll decide who's sustainable and so on. It's not just the Great Reset, it's the green, and the pretended green, the code word for the socialistic technocratic system, the green system that's coming in. And again, you had the same thing for the World Economic Forum. Same thing. The Great Reset is a reset of the way we live. Post-consumer. You'll own nothing, you'll have nothing, and you'll be happy. That's where you got Brave New World from. You didn't have to own anything. Everything was supplied. Right? It's interesting though how it works out and how it plays out. And generations come and go and never figure it out, eh? And they fall for the traps over and over. Vote for this person, vote for that person. Don't you think it's kind of odd Again, leading up to Trump's first election, before you heard of Trump running for it, don't you think it's kind of odd that the Republican Party wasn't working overtime to supply with viable leaders? It was just like a silence. That was one of your clues that was something that was already prepared. And getting back to what I said earlier, about 2000 or so, even the mainstream said there's something going on here. And is it possible, even what Bush was doing at the time with all these wars, the neocons, it would destroy the faith, people's faith in the voting system of left-wing and right-wing paradigm. And that maybe out of it would come a one-party system. Well, that's exactly where it's supposed to go. And you can go on and on and on of what Trump did too, but it wasn't for Americans. It really wasn't. Yeah. And of course, I mean, you can go on and on and on, including about the cutting back on mass migration. And to find out, no, I mean, he actually signed a lot of things to helping people come in, if you dig into it. And then you have, again, towards the end, when he ran the last time there, he said he just couldn't get round to it to get it all finished. Well, he had to got it started for the wall for Mexico. Then folk will say, well, it would cost too much to do it. And you're borrowing $1.5 trillion almost a month, maybe even more than that, probably more than that actually, under the guise of COVID, saving us all from COVID. No problem finding it for that, borrowing it for that. Hey. Well, facts don't matter. And now you have, again, the Stasi system, a kind of civilian kind of spy police force. A lot of these trackers, they're now turned into police, kind of unofficial police. So what does that mean, unofficial police, with powers to issue fines? This is the Stasi. That's the sort of thing they did in all the Soviet bloc countries with these groups, the different levels of them. You honestly can't make this stuff up. What you're living through, and folk don't get it. Right down to having neighbours turn in neighbours. Oh, I saw an extra person going there. I think there's that makes it 3. It's supposed to be 2 or something like that. You know. Then cops are battering down doors. And in Britain, they're doing it without warrants or anything. On someone's tip-off, no proof. When cops batter your doors down without proof, they're rather aggressive. And cops, when they have no proof and they're told they're given like martial law powers, have the power to beat your brains in. You're getting the point here. They're not some nursing agency that comes in to brush your hair and make sure you're feeling okay and pat you on the back. Now, I don't know if they're paying people rewards for tips. You don't even know if there are real tips. They don't have to disclose who tipped them off. There's no inquiries. This is straight out of the Stasi system. Straight out of it. The one happened in Aberdeen there, in Scotland. And luckily someone was using their phone to photograph it or film it, video it, and the cops just barged right in the door. As soon as the people opened the door, they barged right in. There was no, we're here because of so-and-so. He said, none of that, straight in. And the woman contracted her, the policeman, he was towering, the cops towering over her, you know. And she says, you can't come in here and do what you're doing here. She says, get out of my house. You know. He says, I can do whatever I want. He says, you'll hear him saying this, by the way. They tried to play it down in the mainstream newspapers. But I'll put this up. You'll see 2 different versions on a guy talking about it on BitChute, another one with the actual family filming it. And the cop says, I can kick this door down if I want to, he says. Do you hear what when you're here, you're in a hellish totalitarian system now, folks. These are the kind of things that came out of third world countries, banana republics, under dictatorships. and at the height of the Cold War in the Soviet system. The arrogance is astonishing. You can't give cops this kind of power. And they better start going backwards and saying, wait a minute, the public have the right, especially when public are getting hurt. And these folk got hurt. You see them getting beaten to the ground, the whole thing. In front of the children. The people have to have new systems set up to demand and get into force, into legal force, the names of the cops now, who they are, so they can be shamed forever and get put out of the forces. You've got to do this because it's going to escalate. Going to escalate, folks. But there's no safe place for the citizen anymore, no peace anymore, none at all. And cops, once they're in, they'll find something to fine you with. They always do try to cover themselves. You'll see it too in an Australian one. If you can find the clip from it, the link to it, where a woman stops, she's pushing her child pram, I think they call it perambulator, or what you call it, to carriage, I guess. Coming out of a store, and this punky cop approaches her, starts putting the gloves on as long as when he sticks something up. You know what? That's the impression you get with it. And he grabs her purse to get into her purse and the whole thing. Because she wasn't wearing a mask, because there are exemptions, you see. And over there, she knew her rights the whole bit. Obviously, something's happened to somebody who came off for the worst of one of these search and seizures by cops. Because she demanded, the rights and named the actual law. And the cop had to go off and phone his superior, using a landline, I think, maybe. I'm not quite sure. And the cop had to come back, and I wouldn't call it an apology to the woman after what he did. But he had to dismiss it and just let her go. You can't give cops these kind of powers. This is what you saw in third world countries, and I said definitely in the Soviet system, and at the height of the Cold War. No doubt about it. Absolutely. You can't have it. The cops are the same everywhere. Human nature is the same everywhere. You can't allow that thing to start and take off. Can't allow it. And you have to have citizens groups set up to make sure that such characters, they don't continue. They don't continue in some career where they can have early retirements and a good pension, and citizens who pay all this for their money, for their wages. Don't get that. They work till about 70 now. No, the people have to get committees set up that don't stop and don't give up and push to get more rights, and have their own inquiry group set up legally. You can't leave it to the police to investigate themselves here. We're looking at years of this, understand. It's meant to go on for years. I put up the PDFs from the World Bank months ago when they talked about because they're now managing the fake loans to all the countries, blips on your computer, and how much interest that all you are going to get paying for the rest of your lives, and your great grandchildren. You probably won't have children by then, mind you, but because you're going to the next step of Brave New World. But that's what's happening right now. The World Bank said that they've set a target of 5 years for COVID, with the provision, just like there's provisions locally for lockdowns, with the provision for the World Bank that they can extend it for another 5 years if necessary. There's 10 years of total shutdowns, on and off shutdowns. What's to come out of this system is a system where you're rationed on everything. In 10 years, children who are born, or young right now, will think it's all quite normal. Even the ones at 5 right now. Maybe up to 10. They'll think it's all quite normal. They'll be 20 years old by then. Just like the ones, and I said this at 9/11 happened, I says, you realize with the martial law coming in, the techniques for total surveillance and giving your ID and all your information out all the time and having no privacy, that's going to be quite normal. I said, even the 5-year-olds then, come 2020, it's going to be quite normal. And they'll be the ones who are indoctrinated in school for groupthink and for the Extinction Rebellion, all that kind of stuff. That's what's come along, isn't it? The greening groups and so on, taught to hate their parents. So you can assume that you destroyed our planet. No, you haven't destroyed the planet. You haven't at all. The techniques of having children turn against their parents are ancient and well known. Well known. And what I'm giving you isn't bad news. I've said before, if you want truth, it's like jumping out of a plane without a parachute. You've got to have faith that somehow, you're going to learn something that's going to help you. And it's not easy because people want security. It's a natural thing. In a wild state, we're born wanting security, but we fight to get it. To get shelter, because nature's not kind to you. It's not kind at all. It doesn't care if you live or die, you know. Water is beautiful. A lake's beautiful, but you can drown it quite easily. Again, nothing's going to cry for you. The birds will still sing. The fish will swim by. You know. So the natural need for security, but you can also be trained to be dependent, and you don't realize you've crossed a line when you're totally dependent. You have an exaggerated need for an artificial security provided by our masters, because you all have masters. That again is Brave New World. Definite hierarchy with the Alpha Plus at the top and Alphas who decide what happens to everybody else. That's where we are with it all. People think that somehow the battles were fought long ago to get rights, and that they just stay there as rights. If there's a battle fought to get rights that really actually benefits you, they're being immediately attacked quietly and subverted or chipped away, or gone across, or gone over, or gone around to get past your rights. It's immediate. It never stops. Everything I'm saying was talked about quite openly by one of the first massive compilations of arguments and talks and discussions about what freedom and rights happened to be. That was the American Revolution, where lots of the people involved discussed it at the time and put it into, eventually it's all put into book forms, different dialogues. Today, the folk don't need, a lot of things that are happening today were talked about then, of the ways that systems of government take everything away from you and becomes a powerful and cruel tyrant, a master, you see. They knew all that. Same with the famous saying, whether you said it or not, because a lot of famous sayings are bogus, you know that. They want to put in the mouths of people you're taught to be heroes. And intelligent people and important people, or even scientists. A lot of the stuff is put into the mouths by later biographers. Otherwise, these same scientists now would be so busy trying to figure out new things to say, they would have no time to work in science. But you have Benjamin Franklin, who said famously, he was asked on the steps of the Philadelphia Hall by people outside, because people weren't allowed into that meeting. It was all landowners at the top, and pretty well almost all of them Freemasons, by the way. And they admit that themselves. It's no conspiracy thing. But they actually said, what kind of government have you given us? He didn't get to vote on it. They were given one, right? And they said, a republic, says Franklin supposedly, if you can keep it. What do you think he means by if you can keep it? Well, of course, if you're a republic, as opposed to the farce of democracy, then the democracy, those who already are the oligarchs of democracy, are going to try to chip it away and get it back again, right? That's what they do. And democracy, like countries like Britain has democracy, supposedly what kind of democracy do they have? Do you know thousands of folk were locked up who opposed going into World War I and then World War II, just before it was coming on? They were all, again, another bunch were locked up. Is that because you have the right to say no? And the right to say, I don't want to go off and fight for something I don't even understand, never mind want to. I don't want to kill anybody anyway. But they understood, a lot of them, from previous investigations, that you're always used. You're always used for purposes you'll never figure out. And it won't be for about 50 years after the end of it. You might start leaking out the truth about why it happened in the first place. And by that time, no one cares, you see. That's why they had the Official Secrets Acts. The Official Secret Act, as I say, it can last 100 years or more. It's so interesting, Pierre Trudeau resealed some of the cases using the Official Secrets Act for another 50 years when he left office. I'm not surprised, mind you. So that's your open society, your real open societies. You're democratic, but a republic supposedly was to fix in a system of rights and rules and regulations and laws, so that, and again, the division of different powers over the people, so that it can be taken over. Well, have a look today. That went a long time ago. Long time ago. And as I said, the CIA, what is the CIA? It's like an operative army system, almost invisible army, that the oligarchs use across the planet and inside the US as well, which is not supposed to be. But who cares anymore what's supposed to be? But it's supposed to be restricted to outside the country. They're quite open about it now. They're completely, and have been all along, totally tied up inside the nation of the US. And when it comes to, even, I think it was Kennedy at one point was thinking about disbanding them because they're overthrowing countries galore all over the place, in Africa too. And it didn't bode well for him when he mentioned that he'd like to see it disbanded. Because they had discussions of what is it? And it's a parallel government. Well, if it's parallel, who is it serving? It serves the oligarchs, what you now call the deep state. Well, how can you have both working? If it's something that's there to serve the oligarchs and doesn't even have to report to politicians that you elect, then you don't have democratic republics or any kind of democracy that I can see. Britain's much better at it because they keep talking about the British Constitution, but you have to search through piles of history books to try to find bits and pieces of that might or might not. It's like COVID, it might be or it may be, it might not be part of it. Nobody knows. But out of it, folks say, well, we've got rights, we've got rights. Then they'll bring up the Magna Carta. It was for nobility and freemen. Most folk then and later were bondsmen. They were bonded by the masters. They were serfs. Serfs. A nice term for slaves, You didn't need shackles for them, but you went after them, hunted them, and branded them if they escaped from the area they were born in, because they were born to serve the master that was appointed over them for that area for the crown. Yeah. And that was a wonderful Norman system. So really, the only rights that people started to have were literally came out because of the promises at World War I. And even then they had to fight to get them to do anything at all. And come World War II, they could have tried all they wanted to force them off to fight it. So that they start giving them some, or fulfill some of their rights that they thought they'd won by World War I. I'm not kidding you. What I said earlier too about most folk can't handle the truth. And it's like jumping out of a plane without a parachute. To an extent it is. Because on the way down, you're going to see all different things, and you'll be clutching at this and clutching at that, and it goes through your hands, yada, yada, yada. And you'll see lots of things you don't want to see. We've all had conditioning, one way or another, just like Brave New World. And all the citizenry had massive conditioning, or MK Ultra. We've all had it in so many ways. Because the systems didn't develop by themselves, didn't out of nowhere. They were designed by oligarchs, always. To serve the oligarchs. Absolutely. Another analogy was, it's like coming out of a tunnel underground. And you're going towards the light, and try to find the truth or whatever, get into daylight. And you see a little light at the end of the tunnel, and you start to get towards the surface. And when you just peer out the tunnel, there's a field. And across the field, there's a forest on the other side of the field. But on the way, you'll see all these signs saying, come here, I've got the truth here. Sign, no, the truth's here, blah, blah, blah. Now you've got all these different things. Here's the alien truth, here's this truth, here's the blah, blah, blah truth. And folk will jump here and there. And literally, they get trapped in a minefield of signs. I've got the truth, I've got the truth, I've got the truth. And you have no idea that literally the oligarchy has set up all these different fronts to detract you from what you're really seeking for. And it's like Buddhism. I've mentioned Buddhism before, and Buddhism's a certain stage that you get to, the monks get to, where they get into a realm of being, or a state of being, where something that Carl Jung and others can experience or have experienced in other ways, not really focused on it, but it'll happen once in a while. But with the monks, they claim they get to a stage where the things, the little powers appear around you, like in the Christian ideas, or even Catholic ideas, I should say, more so. And going way back into Zoroastrian and different ancient, they're all related, intertwined with the mysteries, as like to call themselves. But the fact is, the accumulation of what they saw as knowledge, from the magical, etc., all the way up to the present day, and science and combined, etc. But when you jump into science, you can't rule out everything. That was what Carl Jung talked about too, because he was arguing with Freud, and how he fell out with Freud. He was the only one person in the class that Freud picked to go into the world and to the rest of the world and to be accepted, to push the dogma. But Freud wanted to put everything down to sex. Everything, right? Libido, and sublimation of libido that caused anxieties and depression and even murders, etc., which was a political agenda, and it still is, by the way, used by later schools. But Jung really felt like, he says, no, everything is not down to sex that humans do. Absolutely not. And as we're having the argument, according to Jung himself, there was a massive crack in the room, very loud crack, and apparently, I think it was the backing of like a chest of drawers or something that maybe Coulter in the kitchen was in, cracked, split in half, right along this length, And that's when Jung says, see, there are other powers than just all of this, that meaning science. And as he said it happened again, another massive crack and something else bust. An energy, you see. Well, getting back to Buddhism, certain types of Buddhism, they would go through in their journey, supposedly, to get to a state where the entities or beings or forces would be out there. This is what they say. And they'd be incredibly enticing to draw you out or into them, actually. Maybe even to lose yourself in them. And they said if you ignored them, you could go higher and actually gain control over certain powers or whatever. But if you allowed yourself to get, it's kind of like the old Odysseys and so on, where you'll see sailors getting entrapped on islands, the lotus and so on, eaters, etc. And they would get trapped into a kind of foggy, and time would just pass. They would trap you. The things that really enchanted you, and that's a key enchantment, would take you over, and you'd lose yourself, and you'd lose any progression. You'd be stuck there. but you would actually think you had achieved your goal. You're living in an illusion. And of course the Buddhists say ignore that whole area, no matter what you see and how fascinating it can be, and go on to a higher stage, you see. Because you still haven't learned what's important. And that's what, again, Carl Jung was trying to get across to Freud, who definitely had a political agenda. And folk never ever figured that out either. Most of them anyway. Some people didn't know at the time. So you're living through incredible agendas, of course you are. And the idea of oligarchies using mind control of all kinds and propaganda. What do you think propaganda is? Basic propaganda is mind control. When you standardize all opinion through owning all the media pretty well, then it's propaganda, which is mind control. It's channeling all thought down directed avenues approved by your masters. So you would come to believe it all. Just like the characters in Brave New World. Or as Bertrand Russell put it simply, who belonged to all these different groups, by the way, of his day, who inherited the title eventually when his brother died as Lord. Bertrand Russell said, that everybody in the world eventually could be made to believe they live in the best country in the world. And actually they do. They're told that by their governments. And that's why they believe it. They'll tell that they're told you have the best education system. Every country's told that you have the best healthcare system, you have the best welfare system, you have the best. Repeat, slow, until the folk actually believe it. Great something, isn't it? I was looking at some countries, the expatriates go, expats, as I say, for retirement or whatever. And not necessarily just for retirement, just to get away from the tyrannies that they've been living under, and hope to get use some of the bucks with value for their own life before they've got some life left in them. As you keep devaluing your currency back home. And you never hear, again, from your own countries, how wonderful some of these countries are when it comes to like medical care and so on. And the operations they have in some of these countries are more advanced than the ones they do in your own country, unless you really can afford it. And Canada forgets that you're written off unless you're a somebody. See, in our real socialist communist type systems, you're a somebody or a nobody. And you're already categorized. How many ailments do you have according to your age? How old are you? Yada, yada, yada. Where you going to get this treatment, that treatment, or not. And that's what bioethics has been pushed to the top for. Bioethics is an old idea put out there again by the socialist communists, the scientific society, the technocrats, you see. But some of these countries that haven't got that yet, that we think of as third world countries, only because the propaganda that comes out makes you think that. Because they're different in some ways, you see. They're not third world. What is third world? What do they mean by, is it purely economic they're talking about? Third world state, or what is it? But yeah, some of these hospitals that they have, they're very low insurance. Will do all they can to keep you alive or make you better. That's almost a foreign thing to my ears these days, after all these years listening to what they're saying in Canada, to euthanasia, or say in the present articles, we can save money by not giving treatments to certain people under COVID. You know, if they start restricting who gets the medications, and that'll cure them, because yes, they can. You don't have to die with it, folks. Yeah, they have different treatments now. They don't have to just stick something down your trachea that pops the alveolar tissue in your lungs anymore. The medications, they'll take that kind of quiet. And once you get over it, you see you've got antibodies that you developed yourself. They've come out with the studies too, that people who had even original SARS-1, have working antibodies that work against the SARS-2, 19-2, SARS-CoV-2. But they don't want you to publicize it too widely. They also don't want you to say, too, the test they did from the folk who had the COVID last year, maybe in the early phase of it in the spring, I still have antibodies yet, you see, because they don't want you to think it'll last that long because they're vaccination, but the vaccination, they say, won't last much longer either. So what's the point of taking something that's very dangerous? And most folk actually, I really think most folk have probably experienced or come in contact with COVID-19. It'd be almost impossible not to. And then they come out with the big hype too. Oh, there's another strain. Well, they had all these strains last spring. They published all that stuff then, same stuff. And now you find out by the few folk who've inquired to, again, specialists in the area, reputable specialists, not little bloggers, folks. They're saying that this latest one, that they're saying, oh, this is a new one, it could be more contagious. They have absolutely no studies on it at all so far to even make that statement. See, so it's the hype, it's the fear, it's the war or reign of terror upon the people to make them to comply. I'll put up another link to Big Tree talking to a professor in British Columbia about some of this too. He was saying the same things himself. So we're living through amazing times where a huge agenda is being pushed forward. And again, the vaccine passport, all this stuff to me is just like repetition, Groundhog Day, because I've said that I gave these same talks many years ago. And folks said, these things, that would never happen. But I'd say you won't get into a grocery store, get your food without some electronic device. And they'll know exactly when you come in through either facial recognition or some other way, because cell phones is the way with it too, that you haven't had your up-to-date vaccinations. And alarms will go off and you get arrested. And it's coming, it's happening. In some places faster too. But yeah, suddenly, with all these, you have characters in your own societies that will sell you out over and over and over again for big profits. And you're in this is an age where, because of COVID, they're throwing billions and millions out to big high-tech company pals, who are part of the oligarchy, of course, obviously at the top. With all these little sub-companies below them, that's the ones you hear of, but they're massive ones above them. And they're getting all these grants to do that. We pay for our own chains over and over and over, for the apps, for everything. And now for the vaccine passports that I talked about 20-odd years ago, or more than that. And folk, that'll never happen. This isn't speculation. I was talking about stuff I was reading from the WHO back then, and different organizations associated with it, what they'd want to bring in. And what they plan to bring in. Well, again, you need a Pearl Harbor event. Eh? And what was it? Cough, cough, a tissue. Oh, that'll do. Is it winter yet? Oh, everybody's got the cold, okay, or the flu. That'll do. But nothing happens by itself. And even the coordination for all of this took years to plan, step by step, and going way back, as I say, to at least the big one that the Rockefeller Foundation had in conjunction, working with the Johns Hopkins group, with the Lockstep scenario, And then many, many tests afterwards of what they would do. Then the meetings they had after 2005, where they would eventually say, if we ever really mandate something, we'll have to give the vaccine companies complete immunity from prosecution. Well, listen, I am taking nothing that I can't sue them all for. You can't give carte blanche to people who literally have that kind of power over you. They already have the fallout from people like the doctor in Florida there that had literally his immune system turned against him within 2 weeks. A very healthy man. His wife said this was definitely the vaccination. And the hospital had to admit that when he was admitted to hospital, he didn't have any of the blood clotting platelets left. None. Zero. We have about 150,000 to about 450,000, per milliliter, None. Zero. He hemorrhaged to death. Because the mechanism, the clotting mechanism, was gone. His immune system turned on him. This kind of thing is happening everywhere. But I said this at the beginning. Even if millions were to die, this mandate is chiseled in stone. They don't intend to back off. That's very obvious. And you know from the media will just keep it all quiet, because you honestly have never had such collusion of media as demonstrated in this past year or two, even a few years. Total collusion together not to tell you things that you should know. That this noble lie nonsense doesn't wash, Well, we have to lie to the people because we can't tell them the truth. It's for their own good. When they just decide, when oligarchs decide what's good for the rest of the public, for adults, for mature adults, what's good for you, you're under tyranny, folks. What you should know and what you shouldn't know. How could you ever possibly blurt from your mouths freedom? Well, we're free and we're democratic. Well, they had to lie to us, for our own good. It would be nice for once, wouldn't it? Again, I'm dreaming here, and I'm in the realms of fantasy. It would be nice if they actually came out at times and says, here's all the facts that we have. And they give you the facts, and that's it. No suggestions what to do, just give you the facts. But that would be fantasy, wouldn't it? You've never had the facts about the wars that have been going on for, 30-odd years straight, pretty well. Starting with Desert Storm, then no flyovers, then invasions, yada, 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 yada. You never had the facts when they tried to do mass vaccination in 2009. And that's when they got another bill passed because, we won't make any more, if people aren't going to take them. We have to mandate to take them. Well, what a business that is when you pass something which mandates whatever you come up with in the future. Isn't that an incentive for a big con there? For big private corporations to earn billions each time they say, oh, wolf, wolf. And governments are going back. Isn't that called fascism? Corporate fascism. Yep, that's what you're in, folks. I kind of laugh too, because when you saw some of the speakers in the US House of Representatives there, after the supposed, they call it riots, but it wasn't riots. How can it be riots when you see the guards not letting them all in? And the ones coming in telling them who they were, what groups they belonged to get in. But when you see them, House of Representatives, look at either side of it. I gave these talks years ago. Either side of that big stage at the back there is the fasci. Left and right, the fasci. Like two pillars, it's the fasci. The bundles of rods with the axe in the middle. Ancient symbol of Rome. Eh? And the word, that's where they say we're stronger together. You're bound together. Individually, you can be broken, but together, unified opinion, unified everything. It's very difficult to smash. The bundle is tied together. You see, and in the middle of it is a weapon. Huh? Two of them, fascia. The folk don't even know what they're looking at anymore. And again, you pay for it all. Billions thrown out all over the planet to companies and corporations who don't have to even come up with anything that's viable or works or whatever. As long as they say, well, what we tried, that's the cost of their trying. So many billions each. Eh? Not bad. I can remember they had all the articles when the first SARS came out in Canada here, Toronto. And they said, oh, the two students at one of the universities there, we've given a few million to them, or maybe it's $1 billion, but because we think they could come up with a vaccine, you know. I'd love to know how they were connected with these two students, who, of course, it kind of dwindled away, and I don't think any vaccine ever came out. And they didn't have to, because, you see, coronaviruses generally start to wither away into more harmless types, not into more potent types. And if you get the more harmless type as it goes on, your body will get resistant to that too, which makes you resistant to the more potent types. That's how these things work in life. And that's why the first SARS one died off by itself. That's why, of all the hype about new cases, because they're testing thousands, the hype started after they started using the PCR test. Oh, they started doing 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 tests a day. Before that, you didn't have the problem. Once you start the test, you need to find what you're looking for, because it detects particles that might be viruses. Then multiplies them many times over. They shouldn't go past the 30 cycles. They're doing 45 cycles per test in some places, guaranteed to get all the false positives. And I still can't tell you if you've actually got it, or live, or anything else, or if it's active, or whatever. Or if it's a cold virus, which is a coronavirus. And again, you still look all these things up for yourself right now, if you want to. If you can, don't stop altogether. But what a system where no one's allowed, including experts in their fields, to question anything or even put out any information that goes against this oligarchic totalitarian control of truth. You know, the ones who are the gods of truth now that have set themselves up. What kind of God is it that eliminate any other observations or even researches and studies? What kind of God? No, that's totalitarianism. That's really is totalitarian. We've never had such a display. This is worse than you see things in history where you think, oh, that's in ancient history. They were really, really primitive. Well, you're seeing it right now. You're seeing it right now, folks. Yeah, you can't tell them the whole truth because, you know, they might not comply with what we want. Don't they do? The noble lie. It's for your own good. Remember the article put out a few weeks back there, where Fauci admits that he'd been lying before about certain things. Well, at the time I had to lie to the people because so it's okay with him to lie to you. When are you going to start believing a liar? The next time he starts lying? This is not my opinion. Look it up. He admitted that he'd been lying before about certain things to get you to go to the next step or lockdowns or where it happens to be. Well, it's okay to terrorize millions of people by lying to them. That's okay now. You're starting to see the big picture here. The Sage Group in Britain, right? And so it's Sir John Bell in Britain too, that's part of it as well. He was also an overseer, I think, when the vaccine companies as well. But he's also an advisor to the British government. Talked about, I don't think it'll sterilize everybody at once. This is what he said on that talk, for goodness sake. Was that some kind of strange, how would a guy in his position make a Freudian slip? And you see the guy enter it. This is a TV show, apparently. You know? The guy putting his hand over his mouth, like, oh goodness, what's he said? But the Sage Group, he's advisor to the Sage Group, part of the Sage Group, advisory group for the government in Britain. And don't forget the Sage Group, I put the articles out where they had to admit from journalists who reported it, right, from the newspapers, that they'd been given instructions on what to report and how to report it to the general public of Britain. And it was a subgroup that the Sage Group had contracted to put out there, and behaviorists, again, psychologists, using even marketers, telling the media That whatever the stories are about, exaggerate the problems, exaggerate the dangers, to create anxiety amongst the people so that they'll comply with instructions from the government. So terrorize the people, in other words, right? For compliance. And do you think that's okay? And then you have the same governments, Britain, Canada, and the States, in, again, the mainstream newspapers. And when Ottawa Citizen ran a couple of articles about it too, a few weeks back there, months, where, they're going to use all these unconventional warfare departments of the military, our own military, that they've been using across the world for colour revolutions to destabilise countries and so on, and to agitate countries to even fight each other within, which they used a colour revolution inside the States, as you well know, over this last year. But they're using them against their own people now for COVID, to go after all but anybody dissenting from the authorised version. And everybody's supposed to parrot Fauci. Everybody on the planet is supposed to parrot Fauci. Isn't that amazing? You talk about power. Whew. Or else. So the characters who are the PSYOP operatives working with the cyber warfare operatives are being let loose upon their own people. So your own tax money is paying your own people, your own troops, to attack you because of opinions, or because you have other information put out by really top experts who actually work in laboratories on all these things. Something stinks here to high heaven. You talk about ruthless. And I really mean it. It's not safe anymore to say what is anymore, regardless if you've got verifiable sources. And this isn't going to stop with COVID. Welcome, brave new world, eh? Huh. And such people in it. What kind of people is going to be in this one? We'll all parrot the same things, to be obedient. You'll be nervous. They actually see that in the Brave New World, where the different levels, even basic alphas, not alpha plus, but alphas, if they were screwing up or whatever, they'd all profusely apologize because they had all these goodies for them. You see, all these plus things that they get, all these extra things that they would get the higher the levels of administration that they belonged to. And they would do anything they were told. I remember reading a long time ago about the totalitarianism and collectivism and the Sovietism. Don't forget, too, the communists and the Soviet bloc countries. It was a union of Soviet socialist republics. And it went through that and basic collectivism and the ideas of basic collectivism. And you had to go into the different ethnic groups across the world to see how they developed. And through their histories, because people, again, the oligarchs always want to know how folk develop. Why is this group different from that group, etc., etc. And you take climate into it, and food resources, and the plentitude or scarcity of, etc., etc. All these things come into play. And to see what comes out of the types of societies that they have. And incredible studies about who are quite much more happy to be collectivist. And also to do with people who are ethnocentric. And you have religious, non-religious groups and so on. China really doesn't have much in its history of what you would call democracy. Even in ancient times, they'd already tried. In ancient times, like 3,000 years ago, different forms of administration, like socialistic. Other times it was very feudalistic, run by nobilities and bureaucrats working for them. They had all kinds of things that they tried, but you never really see them coming down to individualism at all, to break free of collectivist type systems. And even today, and real individuality is frowned upon. You can be a pop singer or whatever, you can play guitar and do their little selfies, etc. That's okay. They can all do that. Because again, see, collectively, they can all do that collectively if they want to. But if you're doing something different, especially with thinking or saying something different, it's frowned upon. And that's the difference, you see. So some countries have developed completely differently from others. In the West, there was way more individualism, even in the feudal systems. And even though they forced the people at times to live collectively in societies in the West, but you always find it coming out and bursting out too into the Enlightenment and beyond, the whole idea of rights and individual rights, and people who needed those rights. In Brave New World, the movie version, in the 1980s one, you actually see that. Some of the disaffected, dissatisfied ones, occasional one there, Alpha or whatever, had a yearning to get out of this conformity. That's the idea, is conformity, you see. And the need to experience life. Some of them wanted to go out and actually struggle in life, have challenges. Other ones wanted to go out and actually do something like poetry, which was kind of banned and frowned upon inside their utopia, because it could lead to thoughts which might sabotage the peace and harmony of the collective, you see. But one of them had to go out, and he eventually got his wish, and he was moved off to a different island where he could write his poetry. That kind of thing. And it's true enough, we need challenges in our lives, don't we? And when you stop getting challenged, you start to vegetate to an extent. I think that's very, very true. And that's how we do develop. That's how real advancement comes in systems and societies, is through challenge. The problems today within our scientific system is that those who control have better techniques by massive studies and experimentation and repetition of studies. They control us in so many different ways that the people don't even know. Quite a few years ago, I remember reading about the end of the consumerist system. Again, I think it was even from the World Economic Forum or one of the organizations associated with it. And it said, and it was in big papers, newspapers, and they said that we'd like to bring a system in where the new consumerism would be non-tangible goods. They're talking about internet and apps for everything. So you'd pay for all these apps, etc., but you wouldn't have any tangible physical thing to hold or sell or trade or whatever, or swap. And they're not transferable, when you buy them, basically, as far as I know. But that's what they brought in, and folk haven't noticed, and some folk are going into more and more apps. Wait, you can get the low grade one or the one that's almost maybe free to start with, but it doesn't do everything that the paid version does. There's about 10 different versions of the paid, and you can go up the ladder and whatever it is, and that's where people's money is going. You see, nothing tangible to hold on to. It's all been done. Whatever they talk about, they're going to do. They do it to you. And folk don't realize what they're living through when they're doing it, when they are living. That was part of it, which is interesting too about Buddhism again, Zen Buddhism, is that you notice everything. The whole idea that most folk go through their lives and they don't really notice much. I've made this example and comparison before about animals are wild and ourselves, how we're domesticated, and how foxes, I've watched them here when they come out, and they literally walk through the same paths, but if they see something like a tree falling, and you get trees falling all the time, for folk who don't know it, so we still think that nobody died until COVID came along, and trees were always cut down by people. No, trees fall down all the time, folks. Some trees will last 10 years or 15 and just collapse and start rotting if they're not rotten already. That's what happens in real nature. Stop walking in these trimmed, manicured forests and go into real forests and see what happens. But we're trained to be domesticated, Again, conformity. And conformity leads to collectivism, which leads to more authoritative control of thoughts, speech, actions, and everything else, you see. That's what happens. It's all well understood, because I say we're so well studied. But I remember that Australian sheep I've talked about before. It was made into a kind of star at one point, a celebrity status. This sheep, it's a Merano sheep. It had that wool, which is well sought after because I don't think it's much kinder on your skin and doesn't cause rashes. Some people can't stand it, get allergic reactions to lanolin and so on. But anyway, the sheep was getting on. You know, he wasn't young, and he produced his wool, and he must have known it by watching him. He had that spark. He was a wild man, as I've said before, the next million years, by Charles Galton Darwin, who talked about how the elite must always be wild. They mustn't suffer the indoctrination that all the peasantry is for a safe, happy society is given. You see, he says. So we, the elite, are the captains of the ship. We're steering the future. We are different because we're wild. Nothing. There's no conventions that'll stop us from thinking or doing it the way we'll do it. See, all those things that stop you are drummed into you. You understand? They inhibit you deliberately. And he's the guy, one of the guys saying it. Anyway, they domesticate you. So this sheep must have seen something happening. They weren't just getting fleeced, obviously. Some of them would get put off to the side, and they would go to the slaughterhouse. And this sheep wasn't having any of that, so he ran off on his own. Now, sheep generally are so collective because they're so domesticated. They'll all follow each other, but you just don't get them running off on their own. But he did. So that he must have had that wild gene still in him. And he saw danger, and he was off. That was it. And they found him, about 2 or 3 years later. He had found a cave somewhere, far away. And he survived. And luckily they didn't take him off to the slaughterhouse or fleece him again. They made him a celebrity for a while and took him around on tours and things. Because he was an example of something, a throwback to where, because it all started off a long, long time ago, all these domestic strains as wild strains, remember, like wild goats and so on. And that's how we should be as well. So back to the Zen Buddhism idea. Just like the fox, wherever you're walking, look around you. I don't care if you're just going to work. Look and think, look and think, look and think. Don't get off in some tangent of distraction. Look and think, look and think. Because you'll be surprised what comes to you when you train yourself to do that. You have the ability. You really do have the ability. In every situation you end up in, think as you're going into and towards it or into it. Think, think, think. When you start working automatically, moving automatically, and not thinking, you've been conditioned by others outside of you. I'm serious. To be the way that they want you to be utterly conformist and doing what they want you to do. But the last thing they want you to do is to think deeply about things and be observant, and especially if you have the ability to communicate it to other people. That's what Bertrand Russell said. He was part of a group intertwined with other big groups that were given the rights, right, by the oligarchy. They were given the rights to create systems of indoctrination to keep everybody else docile and compliant. And he said that by means of diet, injections and injunctions, they can control the size of the population, the minds of the population, and so on. And he also said that the occasional wild one that we find from outside our class, he said we can give them a scholarship, bring them in, and put them to the best schools and Ivy League schools, and when they get into the big granite stone buildings, of like Oxford and Cambridge, he said it'll affect them so much to see all the paintings of all the prestigious people before them who made names for themselves and altered destiny and so on of nations. He said they feel so small and once they get the rewards coming their way, he said we'll open the doors up for them, make sure they get the awards, and they will be ours, under the condition that they always keep their families and their backgrounds and their old friends out of the picture. They're kind of reborn into it, you see. To be cut off from the past. But he said those who have the ability and the intellect, he said, who will not accept their scholarships, etc., will be enemies, he says, and he says we will have to deal with them, and he meant lethally, because they could down the road start by communicating knowledge, true knowledge, verifiable knowledge to the people, and see through things that have been done to the people, that the people would use them as a leader and could follow them and could topple the oligarchic system. It's quite they're quite open, especially when they're writing books up for their own people and their own class. It's quite fascinating to see how blatant they were about it all, including Charles Galton Darwin. I mean, you can't be more blatant than that. There's always been slavery by an elite over the majority in some form or another. And I don't see why, in some form or another, it shouldn't continue. You don't think you're a slave? Of course you don't. Even when you get locked down under martial law, with the possibility that you'll never open it up, or you'll lose your job, like permanently. You might lose your home permanently, or your rent. You can't get the rent money if you're not working, etc. This is all happening right now with people. Never mind their stimulus packages and the pathetic nonsense they hand billions to all their fellow corporations. And lots of landlords have given up, smaller landlords, because they know that's the end of them too. And I've said this years ago, the world under Agenda 21 will have just a few handfuls of massive world corporations. They'll own most of the buildings through cities where you're all supposed to eventually live. For the whole of the rest, for the whole of the agenda for the 21st century and all of its subparts, 2015, 2030, etc., with all parts that must be fulfilled along the way, ticked off, been accomplished. They're not piddling around there. I used to say, do you really think, here's the groups with Maurice Strong and the Rockefellers and the Club of Rome and all the different groups involved with them having their world meetings again and sustainability. Do you think they go there just for fun, like a hobby? The system that they're going to bring in for you that you must comply with? Like a hobby? No. They plan it and they do it, And they'll keep doing it as long as you do comply. It's that simple. And then if you do comply, don't want to comply, they'll already have trained your children through intensive indoctrination at school, so that they'll never ever communicate with you on the same level at all. And they'll disregard the input from you if you're a parent or you're older. They've trained them to do this. Bertrand Russell said this in the 1940s. They do that. They did it. Through the education system at school, coupled with media, coupled with entertainment, which is massively perforated with indoctrination policies, and very effective too. They technically can't lose in that way. But again, what I say is how it really is. This is not, by saying it's not defeatist. Do you understand that? Most folk can't handle the truth. You don't talk to most people about it. But it's not being defeatist. To lay all out, if you're in some kind of massive war, the generals always lay out the battle plans, what's going on, to the other ones. They've got to know what's going on, or they'll get wiped out. If they know what's going on, they can divert things, they can change things, they can alter things. They can stop certain things. And that's what life's about. That's what life's about, you see. Don't forget that the elite are technically a minority. And it's always been a minority at the bottom that's changed the course of history against oligarchies. It's the majority that always go along. But the majority jump ship quick when they see that whoever's been opposing this has been successful. That's how things have always worked in history. And that they truly do believe that using psychology and neuroscience, and I mean more than just neuroscience, like understanding how the brain works and how to manipulate certain things and etc. Well, because they have done all the experimentation in other areas too, electromagnetic fields, energies, etc. The carbon helmet came out years and years ago, a long time ago. You've had professors openly talking about standing waves and how you could, hopefully in the world to come, we'll all feel the real physical pain of real starvation. So we'll have sympathy if they could manipulate these waves, these fields, electromagnetic energy fields, like the Persinger, as we talked about in some of his classes. He thought it was wonderful. Who would give people the right to do that to anybody? You see, there are sciences there that have been used quite a lot. I mean, the very basic sciences of TV massively altered society. Massively. They say that too. Any new invention which they mandate pretty well to get put amongst the public will definitely alter a society. And look at all the folk on cell phones. They have panic attacks if it's not working, or if they lose it, or they forget it. Panic attacks. Getting back again to cuttingthroughthematrix.com, make sure you list all the official sites, and send a few bucks my way so I can hopefully keep going as we go through this tunnel. And it is a tunnel, isn't it? Where all the bigger world has been again wiped out from us, and you're supposed to concentrate, and all you see is this tunnel wall, and all around it says horror, be terrified, be very, very afraid, horror, terrified, be afraid, because that's all you're getting now. It's a complete war of terror under the guise of information, of mandatory information. I used to wonder how folk... It's one thing to live through something. It's another thing to hear someone else later on talking about living through it. That's why people have a hard time understanding parents who live through wars. Youngsters, anything this past 20 years ago, is old to young people. It really is old. And when you had world wars on the go, and the whole world was turned upside down through rationing, as I say, in Britain and so on. And then this new kind of civilian type semi-police, like air raid patrol wardens and that, were given powers, etc., to fine people and charge people, and just for having a chink of a light showing out a window at night. And also the right to arrest people, again, under martial law. No more gatherings more than 5 people outside after 6 p.m. and then have curfews. This is what you're under right now, folks. And they're using COVID as an excuse. Rationing is definitely going to come because nothing has ever literally shut down the entire world's economy. Nothing. No infection. No common cold, no flu, regardless of how many deaths previous flus have had. It never had happened because the priority for keeping a system going is to keep the economy going. You don't shut it down. If you do, there's a war scenario being placed upon the public. Somebody's at war with the public for a reason. And the reason is, they told you at the last year's climate meeting, and the speeches, the people aren't listening to us, they're not being sustainable, they're still breeding, for goodness sake. And every child they bring in will create so much, thousands of tons of carbon, yada, 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 all that rubbish. Because they're using climate change as an excuse for trying to implement it, but it would take way too long. They're too impatient now. So they said they'd have to do something more drastic. Well, bingo, out comes a coronavirus, which is related to the common cold. All coronaviruses are a part of a family. And stop folk working. If death rates go up, if you really dig into the death rates, then you demand from the officials, because they won't give it willingly, and they have to give it if you really force them to demand it. They'll show you how many folk have died because they couldn't get operations or cancer treatments or even basic treatments for heart attacks and so on. And that's why you'll see death rates occasionally going up a little bit. You're starting to get the picture. You also have hospitals that would normally treat things, including viruses, who in the mainstream papers, I'll put the articles out by the way, and Guinean papers are much more progressive here on who should live and who should die, because we have euthanasia and we're very scientific, and practical and technocratic. And they say that what they decide, if it gets worse in the hospitals, on who will receive the medication that might save them and who won't, with the ration it all. This is the stuff you're getting fed for getting ready for. This is an ongoing thing if they can get their way. And the currency, as it stands right now, for the purchasing power, if they even go on for 5 years, then a dollar you might have 10 cents worth of purchasing power left on it. You might buy what we used to call a penny caramel, one candy, for your dollar at the end of it all, because it will be utterly worthless, which is intended as part of the reset. That's what they mean by reset. They reset everything. And I've said it, the banking system is a technique that's used, the real central banking system. It's what fixes the currency values every day. It's all magic. It's a private club. And all our countries run on it. It's the greatest con ever, No ships go across the oceans carrying gold from one place to the other as they transfer it and pay off things with it. No, it's backed by nothing except the word of the people who manipulate it at the top. We live really in a fantasy, don't we? Where again, people literally will fight to what they think is to keep themselves free. But in reality, they really haven't had freedom. The greatest time that the US had was after the Revolutionary War. I mean, actually before it too, and out in the outsticks, if you survive outside the main areas. But then after the Revolutionary War, for the ones who would still get out and live in the boonies and be willing to rough it to an extent, and didn't mind the solitude either, the same way. They had more freedoms to do what they wanted and build what they wanted without permits or anything else. That was the closest they ever had to real freedom. Once they say civilization, the reason they expanded so well, the US, and took over all our industry, apart from the fact that the big manipulators of money moved in quick, and had all the battles with central banks on and off, as you well know, with Grant and the rest of them. But really, even then, people could still get ahead of things and make a life for themselves. But the reason that when they compared it in the early 1900s with Britain, you see, America didn't have the massive governmental bureaucracies, like millions of people to pay, on a higher level than workers. Obviously, that's what servants, these modern servants do. They don't want to live like you. In other words, they're all bought off, and they all have to be fed well and kept well, and so on. That's more and more money. And they keep churning out restrictions because there are governments for this and departments of that. And Britain already had that by 1900. It was an over-regulated country. So America could soar ahead for a while and get a burst and go ahead. And people could do things. They could even open up little engineering shops, for instance, in metal or whatever, with lace, within a double garage, for goodness sake. They could take off without regulation. Now they can't do that now. It's all regulations until they're stifled and strangled. That's what so-called civilization with its massive regulatory system does to you. Now, before we go into reading some articles, just to show you, give you examples of how we're ruled and how we're managed, because it's important to see that what I'm saying isn't my own opinion, and I'm just using their own articles to show you what they're doing, to explain what they're doing. Most folk don't read much today. We know, even on television, that their attention span gets lower and lower and lower all the time. It's worse with reading. Reading is a chore to them. And everything's becoming visual, which is much easier for them to control you even more through the visual aspect of it. It's hypnotic when you watch screens flickering and the lights that are there, etc., that go right into your eyeball, and your brain pattern changes. So you got to remember all these things in one way or another. So it's a good idea to read. Listening is good. Auditory is far better than having it hit your eyeballs. Then you're stuck there watching something that you don't have to be if you just have the audio. You can put an MP3 player or go and do your chores throughout the day, That's what you have to do as you're doing things. And also with reading, as I've said before too, I used to find it was far more stimulating to read because even novels, as when you're a child, especially, you can really visualize what you're reading. Your mind goes into pictures automatically. You see in your mind's eye what the author's trying to portray and paint for you in stories. It's very, very effective, and I used to enjoy that a lot too. But I also knew eventually that so much of your indoctrination was done through fiction, even then, because that's how it's always been done, But getting back to indoctrination and misleading the people, the oligarchies understand perfectly well. I mean, knowledge is never tossed away, especially knowledge which gives them control over people and how and techniques and so on. And Plato talked about, so he talked about the techniques. Then if you understand the formula for any particular thing that you want the people to do or change their ways or whatever, if you know it's been done in the past, you know the formula, introduce it the same way, the same sequence, you do this first, then that next, in the right pattern. Because these things are recorded by bureaucrats in all ages, basically. And he says it'll work perfectly regardless of the generation and time, if you introduce it in the same sequence. And that's what they always do. Today, of course, it's just too easy with lots of universities, and some of them specialize in these techniques of behaviorism and how to make the people adapt and change and behave. Look at all the different ones that hit you through the internet, the behavioral insights teams, for goodness sakes. The Cass Sunstein groups that worked with Obama, and then the later ones too. How to nudge you into what they want you to see and look at on the internet, what they want you to think, nudge you to someone who's giving you the opinion that they want you to adopt. It's happening endlessly now, and even your searches. That talk, it was similar to a TED talk by a fella, a techie, who said he didn't know himself that when he did a basic search on Google for a particular item, he had no idea that they're tailoring it for you individually. They've got your personality, your profile, they've got everything about you. And he thought that anybody asking the same question on Google would get the same links to look up. No, they actually tailor it for you, so that because they know how you think and what will manipulate you. That's how far ahead all is. And it was designed to go this way long, long before you even were given your personal computer with your ability to turn things on and off, and I've got privacy if I want it. It guarantees me privacy. Oh, what a lie that was, eh? That was a good trick, that one. My personal computer, it would never lie to me. Then you find all the different programs for antiviral and anti-malware, etc. They're all selling your data in a way to the different organizations, even if you pay for the programs. Now remember that every oligarchy must control everything, literally everything. And it creates all movements and all oppositions to movements. It runs a dialectical process, you see. And they can head off at the pass any possible real wild movement growing up in the wild, as they say, just like the viruses in the wild. And if it does prop up in the wild, it'll immediately get its opponents set up and supply the leaders and have them well funded. And people will think they've been there for a while because they'll tell you they've been there for a while. That's how simple a lot of it is too. And they'll put out a lot of good information for you to follow, you see. Never, because they must do that to get credence. And then they seem to be even more rabid and standing up for you than you are yourself. And before you know it, you're being led up the garden path and used against, for many reasons you won't even understand. As I say, it's so important you even look into unconventional warfare techniques that governments we all have our battalions, the 77 Brigade in Britain, for cyber warrior systems. They attack everybody who speaks out against what's happening about COVID. They attack professors, doctors, scientists, lab technicians, lab workers, all kinds of doctors involved in it, even in the hospital. Everybody getting attacked, and reporters for speaking their mind about what they see and what they understand about all of this that's happening now with COVID. Your governments are doing this, using the same brigades that they used across the Middle East, and they're still using to overthrow governments and so on. And to have factions, to create factions within those other countries that they're attacking, build them up, pretend to lead them and have them attack each other. It's happening inside your own countries. Has been for a while. The colour revolution is theirs, you see. That's how it's done. You're living through it, but they supply you with your leaders. And that setup that on the 6th of January was a setup. It was such an obvious setup to people who've watched this kind of thing happening in other countries over many years, and how people were led up the garden path, literally, and the right folk were to go into the building at the right time for the photo ops. That literally is shown. You'll find it in that Giuliani clip. I don't trust many people out there, and maybe not even him either, because they've been in the game for a long time, playing politics. But he does have some good film footage up and BitChute on that. And it's interesting to watch it from different angles and different cameras and what's actually happening there. But you will see the Antifa group in the front going up the steps, and they've got the big metal barriers there. And this guy in the front of it shouts, "We're Antifa, let us through." And the cops do it right away immediately. Anyway, that's one of many things. But as I say, they always give you your leaders. Always. I've watched this for years, especially in the States, because the States, at one point, when the rest of the world was just wallowing in currency that was plummeting and purchasing power that was plummeting, well, they kept boasting about the gap between the rich and poor getting wider and wider, like it was a massive, like it was like the Grand Canyon eventually, as money was concentrated in fewer and fewer hands at the top. And the changes were all coming, and all these big free trade deals that were sinking nations. Europe was already sinking, a little part of it, with this unelected group at the very, very, very top. The Commission runs the European Union. It's not meant to be democratic. It's very secretive. And it destroys the nations involved, destroys the spirit of the nations. It tries to eradicate the culture and the history of the nations. That is part of the big world agenda, mind you. And the same thing's been happening in the States too, but at least in the States they had something, a little bit whiff of what used to be a strength, a very strong strength of rights and freedoms that most countries had already lost long ago. They never had written rights or anything written in charters. I mean, see, you're not given rights in real nature. That's what it said in the American Constitution, that which is self-evident. They already existed. It's just that you were taught that they didn't. You had to obey. And unfortunately, they've tossed that out the window, and you're back to obeying again, aren't you? But usually, the only people you'd meet across the world that had some kind of optimism, tourists and so on, often working class people that had decent jobs and good money coming in, were Americans. And they looked healthier than most folk too across Europe when you met them. But they had that optimistic outlook on the future for themselves. And that really shone. Unfortunately, it's pretty well destroyed now, but that was the one thing that made people in Europe look towards the US. And at that time, too, they really hoped that the US would stand up against tyranny much, much more internally and externally than they did for the rest of the people. You know. And that would be emulated as well. And that's when, of course, the oligarchs simply have their minions go into real overdrive with unlimited financing that you're all paying for to make sure that you don't achieve your objectives. And they supply you with leaders, whatever the problem is or the faction you think you belong to. I'm a left wing this, I'm a right wing that, but the different flavors of colours, whatever it is, they've got a ready-made organisation for you with the right flavours and the right colours and the right leaders, all ready for you, like ready-made suits in a store. One size will fit you, you know. It's all been done, and that's how you keep control of systems. That's how they also, as I say, create the divisions. They'll create leaders to attack that which has been pretty passive, even blame it for all the problems of the world, which they have done, of course, and then tell everybody to just attack just average white people as an example. And yet during the so-called protests, as they're burning streets and homes down, you saw black people in the States watching their businesses getting burned to the ground, complaining about it. And it wasn't black folk generally that were doing it. And we know it was the so-called other groups, all authorized. And again, some of these leaders, as I say, are well-trained in military age, and you can tell by the way they move that they're well-exercised in the military techniques, no doubt about it. And some of them are trained in other countries and have been used across the world in color revolutions. So we've watched this kind of thing going on all the time. The oligarchs above told the politicians to leave off these guys, let them have their protests, riots, lootings, whatever, burnings, and it'll help terrify the rest of the public into submission, into a shock state when the government doesn't react to stop it. That was the first big loud and clear message, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Yeah. With the threat that we'll get let loose again if under the guise of Trump wins. But I think Trump really just did his job to the bitter end, right down till I'll come down and meet you on the steps there, and he didn't. Just a trap there. And then the photo ops of the right photographers, who, by the way, they know who the photographers were too, of some mainstream that were in with the front groups, the ones that you saw getting a photograph with animal skins on, all to put across the world. This is the radical right of America. This is how they portray it. What a setup! It's wonderfully done with the scientific techniques of the CIA. It was literally a wag the dog scenario played out in real time, just like the movie did it, you know. And then they immediately came out with the bills that Trump had promoted for insurrection and hadn't used. And that'll be used against all the other people, the ordinary folk that were there just for the demonstration, to be noticed. People, you know, thousands of folk who want to be noticed and remembered. Hey, we're suffering too here, and have been for a long, long time. And they didn't have a leader. And that's what they said. So a lot of them were interviewed that they said there's no leadership. And all through the Trump term, I don't think there was any leadership either. You don't fall for it like Trump didn't know. Huh? What? And I think the whole idea, again, is to do what, as during the Bush era, projected to Americans that you need a change, and you can't have the old two-party system. You need a merger into a coalition of one, a new type, and it'll be technocratic. That's where it'll develop into naturally from that phase. This is definitely an exercise for the oligarchs. Do you really think that Biden's going to run the country? Do you really think that? Think that Pelosi could run the country? Those who run the country have very cool heads, very cool, and they don't mouth off in front of cameras about destroying one side or another. It's just like the alphas you'll see in Brave New World, if you watch the movies. Very cool. You can never make a logical, rational decision if your emotions are running you, especially through hate, too. But yeah, they definitely used the Insurrection Act that was set up by Trump, you know, and it'll get put into operation to start going after folk who just attended the rally and who were not inside the building or anything like that, you know. But it was pulled off very, very well, pulled off with the media ready to go and denounce Trump as a crazy guy. And all those folk, all the multiple thousands, the peaceful people who were there, is always part of the problem. That's how they're going to denounce it, you see. So the ordinary folk have to rethink this whole idea of parties and what's going to speak for them and start creating their own leaders. That's what I would say. You got to have real leaders who are mature, intelligent people who will do whatever they say that they'll do for the good of the people. As I say, Trump talked a lot, he tweeted a lot, but didn't do much, did he? He didn't. He wasn't allowed to. Oh, I forgot that. Okay. If you look into all the different bills that he did sign, it's really interesting. And for whom? Huh? You should. But yeah, what you saw was a psychological operation, all set in advance, with the groups ready to go in. The camera shots done at precise places at the right time with the right people involved. It's like photo ops to present to the world. You know. And I really mean it. You'll often like the people they'll set out there for you to follow. You will. And they will be well financed, well backed. And they'll have teams behind them, even if they appear to be one person generally. I know what it takes out of me doing what I've been doing for years. And putting audios up. But I still have to look over hundreds and hundreds of articles a week by myself and read them. Just that alone. Find them and read them. On a censored internet. Because they slow my speed down to crawls. This is deliberate, of course it is. But if I was doing videos too, you know, you get this guy, they put video after video after video. You're going to do it all by themselves. Never mind finding the stuff for the clips and putting it all together. Come on, wake up here. And then they'll take off in a tangent of ridiculous stuff. That's called counterintelligence. They must take the basic facts that you're putting out, and then you add absurdities into it, like the QAnon or Cowman or whatever it happens to be, or the Badger Man, you know, was the other one that was there. And so on. That's how you do it. Counterintelligence. And then everyone who sticks to the basic facts is ridiculed and tarred with the same brush by of course, counterintelligence. Oh, you're one of these crazy folk that believe so-and-so, don't you? You say, well, I never said that. I just stuck to the fact. That does, no, you'll be the same as so-and-so. You know the different people involved. You know that. I mean, it would be laughable in a comedy if it wasn't so serious, eh? And that's how it's done. Ridicule it. Add the absurd into it. They also bring out people you've never heard of before that say they're multi-billionaires, some of them, or millionaires. Which again, people will say, oh, this person's in the know, they're a so-and-so. Are they really? Do you know that for a fact? The counterintelligence will ridicule. That's how it does it. Ridicules those who put out some truth with facts, known facts, verifiable facts. Because all I've left now is ridicule. So if you swallow some bad bait, you might say, and they'll just attach it to you and say, oh, you fell for it. So you believe in, you think it's the aliens that run in the world. Okay. No, I never said that. Because they'll put out their own person who does say it. Yeah, but you're just like so-and-so. He says the same stuff, but he talks to aliens. See, it doesn't matter what you really say then. They lump you in with others. That's old stuff. Counterintelligence. Happens all the time. So anyway, I'll put up some links I've said before to Chris Shaw, PhD, professor at University of British Columbia. And he talks about, this is a Moderna vaccine is a vast experiment. This is what he said. This should have been done in the lab with animals, and now it's being done on people instead, you see. I'll put that one up. Interesting to listen to people who are experts in their own fields. I'll put up other articles on similar things. It's just a couple by Dell there, I think, too. I'll also put up the links to the videos from Scotland, where the cops, you just see them just walking right in the house as soon as the door is opened. For the COVID laws, that's what they call them, COVID-19 laws. So, and I'll put there, these are, we used to call them home invasions by muggers and robbers. Now it's the police that are doing home invasions. It's very similar to what you saw in totalitarian states in the 20s, 30s, through the 40s, then in banana republics and third world countries after that, up to the present day in some countries, actually. Now it's everywhere, and again, it's under another excuse. It's always an excuse. Of course, it's always another excuse. And they don't have to really verify that any neighbour even existed. Do you understand that too? Now it's carte blanche for home invasions by them, because they don't have to verify or ever expose who told them. If anybody did, they just have to say it, or somebody reported it. So possible death could come out of this as folk get attacked by them, because once the fight starts, if somebody attacks your home, you'll behave differently from if you're in the street. You really will. You're an animal in that sense. It reminds me of Waco and the lawyer who stood up for those who survived that whole Branch Davidian thing, the few that were, who got out earlier. It was Randy. Was it Randy something? But anyway, there's a video he did on it, in fact, about the rights that people have. Now they're all being overrun. That was back then. That's why a lot of things, the government got more and more authoritarian after that. They're getting authoritarian back then. It caused the whole darn thing. And they knew that the folk weren't happy about it. But this particular lawyer said, as he's walking along with the reporter, he says, the interviewer, he says, see that rabbit burrow there? He says, yeah, you want to stick your hand down there and see what happens. He says, why? He says, rabbits are generally scared, timid animals, but you stick your hand down there, and if a mother's got cubs there, she's going to take that hand off. That's a natural reaction when you go into their homes. Do we need to be told that? Maybe we do. But yeah, we're literally seeing excuses being given for the same stuff we used to read about in totalitarian nations. And it's in the history books. And we're taught to really dislike those. Well, we can't ever be like that. Look how good our country is compared to them. Oh, here it is all here. Behaving the same way. Always with an excuse, you see. Mm-hmm. Dangerous times these, aren't they? So I'll put these links up to the one in Aberdeen, and also the article. And so you get the Daily Mail's version of it, where they try to side with the police. But I don't think they show you any video of it, but I'll put the video up that a member of the family took themselves. Also the one, as I say, there's a few videos, clips I'll put up, actually, if you can find them all. So go through the website and you'll see the links at the bottom of the top. And so this one here too is what to do, and about the COVID and so on. And if anything happens to you, and it's what to do if you have any adverse reactions to vaccinations. There's another one with an Ontario mum faces COVID-19 lockdown charges for leaving children with grandparents to pick up groceries. What a horrible crime, eh? And so the 34-year-old thought it would be better not to take her children to the store, but her actions violated an in-person gatherings ban, and the police nabbed her. That's your friendly police. We're supposed to be using more, relaxed systems, and they're not too. But there you go. That's what happens, As according to a Norfolk Today report that was updated yesterday with new information, 34-year-old mum from Simcoe, Ontario, was allegedly charged by police under the Reopening Ontario Act, and I'll put the act up too. I've actually got it, or else you can find it yourself. Reopening Ontario Act. You can get that from the government. Just look up the government and download the darn thing. And it says also charged was a 58-year-old owner of the home, which is located in Norfolk County. And it says by looking through comments on Facebook, the Norfolk Today report claims they were able to locate the woman who said she was leaving the house after picking up her young children following a grocery and errand run. The report says the woman asked not to be named. and she took taken time off her job to help with virtual learning, whatever it is. Oh yeah, that's it. So they can't go to school now. Due to her significant other's work schedule, she'd been leaving her children with the grandparents to run to the store and get items for the family. So Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, announced a province-wide lockdown that began December 26 and banned all in-person gatherings. On Thursday, Ontario introduced a new lockdown measures that effectively placed the province under a state of near total lockdown. So there you go. It says here, in addition to declaring a second state of emergency, an order was issued that requires everyone to stay at home unless they are out to purchase food or for other essential purposes such as outdoor exercise or going to visit a health or safety of an individual. Well, you're still taking your life in your hands because they want to pounce on people and find, like they do in Britain. You know, you see lots of it in Britain and Australia, where you have to answer the police state questions. Why are you out? Where are you going? How long have you been out? How long will it take you? Blah, blah, blah. And like that other couple too, it was in Manitoba, I think it was. They went off to fill a prescription, like I mentioned last week too, it was in the newspapers. And a video up there too, where they went to fill a prescription for the woman, so they both went together, husband and wife. And because for her condition, the medication was for her condition because she can't wear a mask, and police nabbed her. And they went through, and they arrested them, handcuffed the guy and all bit. And she was getting the medication because she can't wear the mask. And the cop had no interest in the law of Ontario with exemption laws and so on. Just like the woman in Australia, another clip is there, who they grabbed her purse and the whole thing and wanted to rifle through it in front of the children, screaming and starts and all the usual stuff. And then he finds out that she's in the right and he has to go through a pretended apology. No, he wasn't apologizing at all. And it shouldn't be left there. None of these things should be left there. You've got to hold people responsible. As I've said before, even the military is the same. There's orders you know are unlawful and they're wrong, and you don't have to obey them if you're persecuting people. And same in police, you can't go around persecuting people under any guise, you know, and getting off on it. And some of these cops do unfortunately get off on it. You see it in Britain too when they go into that home up in Aberdeen. I could kick the door down if I want to, he says. Yeah. There you go. There's totalitarianism, eh? COVID-19 stay-home order does not allow random police checks, it says, official says. So it doesn't allow random police checks. Although other cops say it's a different story. Province begins the big box store blitz, it says, right? So what you need to know at a glance, I'll put this one up too for Ontario. And yet there's 33 of them. It's a coincidence, of course, from the guys that wear the checkerboards around their hats and so on. So the stay-home order doesn't allow police to randomly stop residents on the street to ensure compliance, the official says. But if you read it through, it kind of contradicts it all further on, naturally, you know. And in Britain, you probably saw they actually arrested a woman to give her a fine because she wasn't walking fast enough, either from or to a store. This is how ridiculous it is. But Ontario, you see, they've got these plain clothes ones, and now in the food stores, the only place you're allowed to go pretty well, almost the only place, and they'll follow you around. And if you're not far enough away from somebody else, they'll hand you a ticket right off the bat. This is under the new laws, And a whole bunch. And if your mask isn't on right, they can do that too. They can get you in they want. That's the whole point of it. It's bad enough company go through this, but when you're being, and this is persecution. This is what you do. You persecute the public. You train them to be very afraid. You terrorize them. The woman in Manitoba, that's what she said at the end of the video. She said, we were really thinking about leaving the home to get this prescription. The fear alone of having to leave the home because they knew what police are doing to people. You see? People know what they're getting pounced on. They're vulnerable. They don't belong to any special groups, you see, that was extra rights. So they're the targets that they go for. The cops can do that with impunity, you see. And so the woman says, They were terrified to leave the home for the things like that happening, what they've seen happening. And so there you are, Now these are terror campaigns. So I'll put all these different rules here for what you have to do. Even using war terminology, the Blitz will aim to ensure that workers and customs are wearing masks, right? The big box stores. And they maintain physical distance and follow every health and safety measure according to the province. So they'll have authority to ticket supervisors, employees, and patrons who don't comply with the pandemic safety requirements. Inspectors, they call them. Yeah. Do you vote in these inspectors? What do you mean inspectors? This is like a civilian Stasi group. It says, however, the focus for these inspections, not just at big box stores, but in other sectors of the economy and in other workplaces, will be ensuring that the Occupational Health and Safety Act, so they're going to go into businesses, you see. It says that. So the businesses and companies and corporations, as well as supervisors and managers, have the protocols in place, says McNaughton. So there's a link to a list of the only reasons they're allowed to leave their places of residence. You're going to see the death rate going up again because the folk can't get to hospitals and stuff. Eh? Never thought about that? That's why it's going up. They admit that at the end of summer that happened, but you're supposed to forget it all. It's because it'll happen again, you see. Dear, eh? So you get a list of the only reasons you're allowed to leave the places of residence. These include work, school, childcare, obtaining a variety of goods and services, generally medical and so on. That's like see a doctor, including groceries and curbside retail pickup. But they want to know what you're picking up. But non-essential, see, you're done for. Providing care or support to someone who needs it. And then again, you have to prove that if you're just doing it to someone, you're a friend or something, right? Exercises, including an outdoor recreational amenity permitted to be open, and if you live alone, gathering with members of a single household. There you go. Quite amazing, eh? This got a statement for the history books. Good morning, Ontario. Stay home, from Doug Ford at Ford Nation, January 14th, 2021. Stay home. There's your order. Stay home. And all you idiots that go and vote after all this, you deserve everything you get. You vote on these characters who are quite happy to be little petty tyrants on behalf of their masters above them. Aye, there you go. Stay home, that's it. There's your kind word from stay home. Ontario is still considering a COVID-19 curfew. So far, the Ottawa health leaders, goodness knows who, aren't pushing a curfew to slow the spread of the coronavirus. At least they spread faster in the dark, apparently. And again, the Toronto Sun, Ontario invokes state of emergency, stay home except for essentials. Yeah. So there's more of that in there too for those who want to read it twice. Ontario temporarily pauses residential evictions for duration of state of emergency because folk can't pay their rents. If they can't work, you can't pay your rent, right? Who'd have thought of that? Of course they thought of it. They want to shut everything. This is a bigger plan than COVID. Mr. Klaus Schwab at the end of it, right? Don't forget him. The complete global reset. Huh? The Great Reset. Huh? That's for the whole way of living. Getting the picture. So I'll put this one up too. And because landlords, the smaller landlords are losing everything too because the tenants don't get the money to pay them. Then they can pay off mortgages, a lot of them too, and then chain reaction. Eh? In Sudbury, Ontario, more seniors impacted by COVID outbreak in Sudbury. Says 20 patients now in hospital for COVID or suspected, because they're lumping it in as suspected now, regardless of if the tests don't say positive. A sniffle might be enough to get you diagnosed. So let's close the whole place down, right, for 20. And it doesn't tell you anything else about comorbidities, age, or anything else, you see. Yep. And they're getting, again, the old folks' homes because the viruses hit them every year. Unfortunately, that's generally the way most of us exit this place here, is through the actual viruses. In the wintertime. That's always been the way. That's when the flu hits too, the worst, And that's generally when we're so weak, eventually we can't fight it off, and we'll all get our turn eventually. But here you are, it's... they're using it as for COVID, naturally. And Trudeau, the great Trudeau, says Canada, the guy who loves China, right? And admires, he said it in the newspapers, he admires China because being communist, they don't have to cater to the people's rights. That's what he said. Things get done very quickly and effectively and efficiently. Very much like Mr. Ferguson in Britain. So he says Canada needs to buckle down. Buckle down, he says, as the cases surge and the vaccines are delayed. I won't go through it all because it's just everything's repetition. And that's how, again, it's like psychic driving, isn't it? That's what they gave the patients for MK Ultra. And psychic driving. Repetition over and over when you're in a twilight state, basically. And it works, it's very effective as they depattern you from your old memory, depatterning they call it, and then repattern to patterning as they install a different memory into you, a new persona. And you won't even know that it's happened. Perpetual amnesia for a whole section of your life. And of course, they're using electroconvulsive therapy with it too, and that's a side effect of that anyway, if it's done frequently. And these folk had hundreds of so-called treatments. Your own governments are behind this, remember. I wish folk could remember these things, because when you look at the experiments that have been done, and I used to do talks on them, even the syphilis experiments in parts of the States on black populations, authorized by the government. Canada had its own one during World War II on so-called volunteer troops, as they sprayed different things on them from above to simulate exercises they said in combat, but now in reality they all came down with cancers with different stuff they were sprayed with. And I remember reading, but the last one or two were still alive, but in the 80s, they're probably all gone now. But every government's done it, this kind of thing on their own population. You should be very, very wary of just blindly obeying anything, or anybody for that matter. Even with medicine, you're supposed to get different opinions, second and third opinions on major things. Don't forget that too. And that's supposed to be your right. You only have a right if you stand up and demand it. And that's how you actually got them in the first place, when enough people did the demanding. So you should start bringing it back into force to look after yourself. Who else is going to look after you? If you get damage from any vaccines, remember, the companies have got immunity from prosecution or paying anything out. That's what they're telling you. So they gave them, right off the bat, the companies that make all these different things, immunity from prosecution or liability. That's quite something, isn't it? Now, this other article here too, again, it's from the BBC News, and it shows you how, if you understand what you're reading. And remember too, I mentioned before, that the BBC is part of the British government's propaganda unit. It's run by the government, owned by supposedly the government. The other parts, a few shares of the strange Crown Corporation was actually sold off to the CIA, remember, a few years back. And when I was on the radio at the time, I mentioned that from the mainstream articles, when they were allowed to actually talk about these kind of things by them. And we're not to be told who owns these things generally, but they did have to admit that the CIA put in a bid to own some of these shares, so they got it. So the British government and the CIA running it, and remember too, with the SAGE units that I mentioned earlier, that it's got a subgroup of insights teams and behaviorists and psychologists to try to increase the anxiety level in the public by telling the media to exaggerate stories, for compliance's sake, to heighten anxiety was the wording in it. So here's a story. COVID 2020 saw most excess deaths since World War II. Oh, wow. COVID 2020, so most excess deaths. It's even how it's phrased. Who wrote this? Saw most excess deaths since World War II. And it says there were close to 687,000 deaths in 2020, nearly 85,000 more than would be expected based on the average in the previous 5 years. Right? Represents an increase of 14%, making it the largest rise. It's all percentages. This is a trick with percentages and statistics. That of course is, and these guys are sought after that do statistics because they use them in advertising and they use them in selling to big corporations, even for takeovers. They come up with statistics and charts and stuff. I think it was FDR said there are lies, damn lies, and then there are statistics. Well, that's what governments use all the time, the Department of Statistics. They actually have departments. And as I said before, you could have a survey where half the people said, 50% said, but it might be they only asked two people. So one said this and one said another. You understand how they play the games here? And anyway, it says here, the worst death rate since 2000s. Before they said World War II. Here they say, it says the worst death rate since the 2000s. I don't know who wrote this. The data, it says, it's known as age standardized mortality. Takes into account population growth and age. It's only available until November, so the impact of deaths in December has not even been taken into account, but it shows the death rate at that stage was its highest in England since 2008. Well, before they said since World War II. And then they say, on one hand, excess deaths are their highest since World War II. Well, which is it? Well, on the other, death rates, once age and size of population taken into account, are at their worst level for a little over a decade only. Because the population is much, much bigger than it had in World War II, right? So how should we interpret this? How can you interpret this? Well, the fact is, don't forget, a lot of folk, how many folk, the hospitals weren't taking surgery. They weren't doing chemotherapy. They weren't even excising primary tumours, which could save people. They couldn't get treatment for basic things. How many folk died? We've already had lots of stories on the deaths. Lots of deaths at home. Folk dying in agony because they couldn't even get painkillers. So you understand how the game can be played with the numbers racket. So the excess deaths, any excess deaths, if even that's true, you have to work through the statistics to work it all out. And I'm telling you, because they use experts to bamboozle you. But and I've seen these things really worked out by experts before. And they'll give you the real stories. But yeah, what about all the folk who literally haven't got the treatment and who suffer and died, etc., etc., etc.? Matt Hancock, remember that? Matt Hancock, he's a prune of a character, He's such a yes man to superiors, But he's not what we say the brightest guy, But he says that it's highly likely that Brits will need an annual COVID jab as 200,000 are being vaccinated every day. Now, I've got another article here where it says, now guess who's advising Matt Hancock? Guess Matt Hancock, who said back last spring, he says, you got to remember, he says, that 10,000 people die every month here, he says, in England. He's trying to get the picture of how they get the statistics and so on. That's normal, you see. Old folk down. But Matt Hancock's getting advice now. His advisor is Tony Blair. Oh, you can believe Tony Blair, huh? The big globalist guy. Oh my goodness, Tony Blair, eh? The guy who, the one-man band to get Britain into war in Iraq and elsewhere. So there you go. Let's put that link up too. So, and I knew that too. I said this is going to be an annual shot, all right? Because again, that's what that Sir John Bell said in Britain. That it's going to be annual probably, you know, which is what the pharma companies want. Imagine getting billions across the billions of guaranteed money every dollars or pounds every year from this thing. Literally, every other coronavirus dies off by itself or goes harmless. Yeah. So scientists urge number 10, as Britain's, you know, to increase social distancing. So scientists, I guess the guys who play with the computers, they call them scientists, to 3 meters, as Matt Hancock blasts people for flouting lockdown for Britain endures deadliest week so far with an average of 931 deaths per day, it says here. Well, they've shut down a lot of the hospitals, they can't get patients in, etc., etc., etc. And it says... So it's all hype, and again, exaggerate to the public every story. That's what they're said to do, right? To create anxiety amongst the people. Well, this is another one of these articles. And shops are going to ban shoppers refusing to wear face coverings. Derbyshire police cancelled £200 fines for 2 women penalised for driving 5 miles to go for a walk. Well, if you can't really walk in a city, can you? Even there, you get mugged with you know, by your overlords. I don't know where you're going, why you're going there. You're going for a walk. How long are you going to be? Yeah. Nearly a quarter of care home residents have received their first shot of COVID vaccine. And hospitals start rationing oxygen as it emerged that 1 in 4 coronavirus patients is under 55. Now, wait a minute. Is that why they're in, though? Or did they just test for coronavirus, like a lot of folk do, without symptoms? Is that why they're in the hospital? You understand how they play the game here? The con, too, is to show you how many folk die. They often make you think that's like this month. They don't specify anything deliberately. Or if they tell you a number, it could be since the last a year ago. Like total, etc. And they've got the fear that hospitals will become overwhelmed. So they're actually charging people who go into hospitals, who filmed out that woman last week there and put the video up to an empty hospital. They're charging folks. They don't want folks seeing this stuff. Aye. Yeah, Tony Blair is advising Matt Hancock on pandemic response. That's from the Independent. And then Norway urgently changes COVID vaccine guidance after 23 die in days following the Pfizer jab. And there were elderly people brought in a home, I think, too. So the expert discusses adverse reaction to the shot. No, it's a normal reaction if you're getting something like this put in you. That's my opinion, right? Because it's the first time they put this kind of stuff into her body, this type of vaccine. It's not a vaccine even, actually. It's a modifier. It modifies the genetic makeup in your lungs and your nasal passages and so on, like permanently. Yeah. It's based on the same kind of technology as CRISPR that they used to modify and re-engineer vegetables and things. Anyway, it says, despite the deaths, health officials have not expressed concern, but instead plan to adjust their guidance on who should receive the vaccine. And Steinar Madsen, medical director of the Norwegian Medicines Agency, said, it's quite clear that these vaccines have very little risk, with a small exception for the frailest patients. Well, what would be that doctor in the States? Healthy guy, yeah? Gynecologist and obstetrician, who literally his platelets were wiped out by his own immune system after getting the shot. I'd hardly call that, safe and little risk. Death is quite a risk, I would think. Must have redefined it, perhaps. And so they're at the end of life, very frail. So that's what they say. They're very frail at the end of life. So this is amazing what's been done here. They didn't have it before they got the shots. And it says here that the Norwegian government will also consider adjusting their vaccination instructions to take the patient's health into more consideration. You mean they're actually going to consider the patient here? Wow. And besides those that died, 9 more suffered serious side effects. Serious, right? Including allergic reactions, strong discomfort, and severe fever. That tends to kill you off too if you can't handle a fever. Yeah, quite some, right? Ontario Premier, that's Ford again, kicks MPP, member of provincial parliament, that's Ontario, out of the party for saying that lockdowns aren't working. So Ford called MPP Roman Babbers, later stating that the detrimental effects of lockdown irresponsible and booted him from the Progressive Conservative Party. Well, there you go there in articles here too. And it's also on LifeSite News too. He said the letter that the MPP wrote says lockdowns for the COVID-19 are killing lives instead of saving lives. And he was swiftly kicked out of his party caucus. Right? He says causing an avalanche of suicides, overdoses, bankruptcies, divorces, and takes an immense toll on our children. Dozens of leading doctors implored you to end that lockdown. Dozens of leading doctors implored you to end it. He says, well, it doesn't matter. And you see other doctors and specialists and top virologists and world famous specialists, and even inventing the PCR tests, they're all just out the window now because there's an authority. We don't know who they are, but there's an authority above it all. So no one else has an opinion, or no one else can analyze what they see either, Remember the same technique after 9/11. 9/11 ushered in the surveillance society. No personal privacy. That was part of the big agenda there. You can't have total control of your own people and the world without total knowledge of everybody's actions in real time. Total information, network. And so the 9/11 happened, just a lucky fluke that happened for the neocons who said they would need a Pearl Harbor event to get the backing of the general population in the US to back all these wars that they had planned. And out came immediately from the IMF and all the rest of the characters that are involved in it, the politicians, the lackeys. They said, spend, keep the economy going, they said, and use your credit cards and everything. And Bush said it too, they all said it, and they had their chance of telling you, spend, save the country by spending. So here's this one here, but only this time the whole economy is shut down. But the mantra is spend as much as you can, the IMF head urges governments worldwide. There you go. Because it's all borrowed money from their World Bank, eh? They're all connected, eh? So they spend. Maybe you'll get caught and fined for being out trying to spend. What can you spend it on if you're locked down and the cops are going to come after you if you try to buy something that they claim you don't need? So Reuters, this is from Reuters, policymakers worldwide should embrace more spending to help revive their stuttering economies. They've been ordered to be shut down, for goodness sake, here. And this is the head of IMF talking at Russia's annual Gaidar Economic Forum. They're all connected today. Even Russia, by the way, is going to have their passport, their COVID passport and vaccination passport too. They're all owned. All countries are owned, But they want to up their spending, and the synchronized approach internationally was best for growth. In other words, borrow, I guess, to give to other countries. Probably to buy the vaccines, maybe. Who knows, eh? But it's great money for the big characters, the magicians who run the money system at the very top, the big magicians, Everybody else has to do bookkeeping. I don't think they have that. I think they tossed out bookkeeping long, long ago at the World Bank and IMF and central banking systems. That's why you have to get special folk they've got special techniques to count and subtract. And you don't understand these things, That's why it's so secretive. If you have the right folk coming in to manage your central, they can do wonders. You might think, my God, we owe so much money and we've got so many IOUs here, out there, that if we have another 500 generations, we still wouldn't pay it all. These magicians could come in there and say, no, We'll lend you more money and spend it the way we tell you to spend it, and it'll work just like that. See, you just don't have enough faith. There you are. That's how it works. You think it's just occasional big con that they pull off? Occasional? That's what you think? You've been living in fantasy your whole life. You just don't know it. Nothing's back in the cash, except governments putting you all down as guarantors to pay off the loans that your government's getting. Where do the people put the loans? Into a computer. They don't have to bother putting anything. There's nothing tangible going into vaults or anything. It's a great business to be in. So spend, just borrow and spend. There you are. There you go. And Silicon Valley, naturally, this what you think is just an independent thing that they're far left, to just by themselves. That's what you're told to believe. And the World Economic Forum-backed foundation announced global initiative for global COVID-19 vaccine records. It's to help you. You only have your passport and there'll be this foundation. Do you realize these foundations don't normally help like that? They go for the really, really poor folk, but they help you all out of this jam by making sure your vaccine records are backed for the World Economic Forum and so on. And they can all share your data for your own good, right? So the most influential companies there, alongside healthcare companies, they're huge multi-trillion-dollar businesses. US intelligence contractors, naturally, And the Commons Project Foundation recently launched the Vaccination Credential Initiative. And the initiative's ambitions reach far beyond vaccines and will have major implications for civil liberties. Oh my goodness, eh? So multiple airlines are now testing a digital health passport called Common Pass, or still health information needed for travel on a secure, easy-to-update app, the Commons Project. And who's involved with it? The US National Security State, Microsoft, or Oracle, and the MITRE Corporation, remember the MITRE one? Announced that they had partnered with several healthcare companies to create the Vaccination Credential Initiative to advance the implementation of digital COVID-19 vaccination records. There you go. And Reuters reports that the VCI aims to help you get encrypted digital copies of their immunization records stored in a digital wallet of their choice, because the current system of vaccination records does not readily support convenient access and sharing of verifiable vaccination records. It's a public-private partnership, like all the big fascist ones are. They use your taxpayer money to fund the programs, and they collect all the profits and ownership. Isn't that wonderful? Eh? There you go. So they've got different versions, slightly different versions, and it's built on a common framework of digital vaccination wallets called smart health cards that are meant to work across organizational and jurisdictional boundaries as part of a new global vaccination record and make them digitally accessible. See, that's it there. So that's the stuff I talked about years and years ago, and thought that'll never happen. Well, here all is, folks, and you're paying for it as usual. World Health Organization warns against issuing immunity passports, but looks at possibility of e-vaccination certificates for travel. See, don't call it immunity passports, Call it something else. There you go. E-vaccination certificates for travellers, but advise member states against issuing immunity passports for those who have recovered from COVID-19. You see, if you've recovered from it, it means you've got antibodies. See? Mustn't mention all those folk who get tested and then suddenly you don't hear about them. But they didn't die, most of them, you see. When so many folk, out of 10,000 new tests per day, they generally get over it. And often don't know they've had it. And then the reason they've got over it is because they're immune to it now. They've got herd immunity, natural immunity by their own body. Safely too, right? No side effects. And yes, but they're using the elder because it's like mum's apple pie. They had a choice of either hitting something for babies or the elderly. Something we still might just care about, but we don't really. Most folk don't. We're so degraded now in society with our lifestyles and our indoctrination. The most folk don't care about the elderly, and most folk really don't care. A lot of folk really don't care these days about babies either. We know that from certain records. But they've got to get something, you see, so they can use it and say, "Oh, you're just against the elderly because you're warning them about this and more." No, you're warning the elderly, or you're warning everybody actually about the fact that this is a brand new type of injection. As I said, it's not really a vaccination. Vaccinations used to just simply take weakened versions of something that can't reproduce, inject it into you. Again, with a lot of other stuff too, adjuvants and so on, which cause problems. But at least it didn't take off in your body and change the cellular structure in your body. The whole idea was your immune system would look at it and make a kind of duplicate key of it to attack it. And if it hit the real one, the idea was that it would hopefully work against the real one because you had already created antibodies. You see. But this one here is different. It's meant to change the spikes in your own receptor cells in your body, you know. First time they've done it, folks, this particular timing. So they're definitely coming out with the vaccination certificates. Like I said, that would happen a long time ago, and they kind of laughed, "Oh, that never happened." You know. I could go on. I won't go any further, because it's dangerous to say too much. It doesn't matter how right you are about things, how much evidence you have. It's not safe now. You know. And there's also one called the Vaccination Credential Initiative, announced Thursday. They're formulating technology to confirm that vaccination and the likelihood that some governments will mandate people provide proof of their shots in order to enter a nation. Well, you know darn well it's to be internal as well. And this initiative also includes members like Microsoft, Oracle, and US non-profit Mayo Clinic. And this article also links with another link to the Financial Times. A lot of this information is in the Financial Times. The Commons Project's working with them too. Technology created in partnership with the Rockefeller Foundation, I'm really surprised, is being utilised by 3 major airline alliances. Aye, now. I've mentioned already Ontario's COVID-19 stay-at-home order, and I've said already I'll put up, for sure, all the things you're allowed to do. This is amazing what you're allowed and not allowed to do, eh? Yeah. Stage 1, 2, and 3 and a whole bit of lockdowns for Ontario. There's no word on what an individual would have to show a peace officer to prove their exercising playgrounds and play structures were closed during Ontario Stage 1. So far, most outdoor amenities are permitted to be open, save for ski hills, but the question of permitted outdoor amenities has sparked confusion. No kidding. Yeah. Travelling is permitted to another location if the person intends to stay there less than 24 hours and is doing so for one of the other purposes set out in the order. Otherwise, travelling to another residence is only allowed if an individual intends to stay there for at least 14 days. Try to figure all this out. You see, you're not meant to win. It's meant to be confusing. It's not meant to make sense either, by the way. Or it definitely doesn't make any scientific sense. It really doesn't. It really, really doesn't. I guess, when you look at it, buying food or veterinary services for an animal is something you might be allowed to do if you improve it. That's what it's for. Getting out, in other words. Maybe you're starting to see that guy that wears the cow outfit with the horns is a way ahead of you for lockdown. So he can go out as a human being. Maybe you get medication for his head, but also out as an animal as well. Right? Maybe he's up on you that way. He can be anything he want to be. He can say he's a cow if he wants to be a cow, and maybe he needs treatment. Right? I don't know. Another article too, it hurts and I'm scared. Ontario hospitals struggling amid COVID-19 surges. Patients wait for life-saving surgeries. Well, that's why you get the death rate going up. We already had that last year, and that came out in the newspapers, as you well know. Ron Paul mentions it too, that in his sites, it's an article by another fellow, and it says a nursing home had 0 coronavirus deaths, then it vaccinates residents for coronavirus and the deaths begin. And it says, this is the Commons on St. Anthony Nursing Home in Auburn, New York. And it says that Mulder wrote Saturday at Syracuse.com that until December 29th, there had been no coronavirus deaths at the Commons December 29th, when deaths of residents with coronavirus began occurring at the Commons. And this article claims, anyway, that 7 days after the nursing homes began giving coronavirus vaccination to residents, with 80% of residents so far being vaccinated over a period of less than 2 weeks since December. Mulder relates that 24 coronavirus-infected residents at the 300-bed nursing home have died. And you get more and more of this, and I really think that's the rush to get the vaccinations out before any evidence. We already know about bad side effects, Just the minor ones are bad enough. It makes you sick and you got diarrhea and you'll be off work and all the rest of it, and et cetera, et cetera. And incredible migraine headaches. And some folk are definitely having neurological problems. There's lots of videos of them. I don't know if they're all genuine, but some are definitely bona fide. You can see who they are. They've got the proof of who they are. And you've got relatives with them and stuff like that. It's been in other papers too, to show you that these folk have definitely got neurological problems now. Another one too is interesting. Everyone got poo-pooed about the luciferase, the stuff that they're going to inject into you. It'll be like a tattoo, see under a certain kind of light you've had your vaccination, like a record. And everybody was laughed, and MIT was working on it, mind you, and they published articles from MIT, the newspapers about. It doesn't matter if you use real articles, eh? It really doesn't matter. It depends if they can say it or you can say it. That's how things are now in the new godly truth movement. The gods are up there. We can't see who they are anymore. Yeah. Anyway, British scientists are developing the world's first COVID-19 vaccine smart patch, and it looks like it's got little pyramids on it. That, I guess, are the pricks that you'll stick to the skin. It'll just pierce the skin, you see. And I'd bet you anything. And it says they can tell it's got a record. I don't know. It doesn't say why. They'll know it's a record of your vaccination. It'll keep a record of this thing. Will keep a record of your unless that's the thing we're talking about here. So it uses microneedles to both administer the coronavirus vaccine and monitor its efficacy for the patient by tracking the body's immune response. It's going to track it in real time. How does it communicate it? Yeah? It's at Swansea's Impact Research Centre. And they're hoping to carry out the human clinical studies in partnership with Imperial College London. Well, it's naturally, it's also the same College London, with the aim of making the device commercially available within 3 years. It uses polycarbonate or silicon millimeter-long microneedles. The smart patch can penetrate the skin to administer a vaccine, can be held in place with a strap or tape for up to 24 hours, during which time it simultaneously measures a patient's inflammatory response to the vaccination. So it's actually giving you the protein. This is it too. It doesn't say here, but it must be using the protein like the jab gives you. This jab gives you is very similar. It'll give you a bit of the protein from this coronavirus, supposedly. That's why folk were testing positive after they were getting it. That you get a lot of folk now using the PCR test will test positive for the virus after they get the jab. And they might keep every so often testing positive because now your body's manufacturing it. That's other articles too, from official sources, by the way, the authorized sources. So in this one here too, it must be doing the same thing, since it says here it's going to monitor your inflammatory response to the vaccination by monitoring biomarkers in the skin. Once it's been administered, the device is scanned to produce a data reading that can provide an understanding about the efficacy of the vaccine and the body's response. It's involved in the projects are involved by the Welsh government and the European funding as part of the global response to overcome global pandemic. And they're hoping that it could also be used to treat other diseases, the BBC reports. Their link to the BBC is there as well. And basically what they're saying is that if the body produces the immunoglobulins, that's basically the antibodies, right, to it. It says if they can detect that, which are good markers, it shows that they could show the efficacy of the vaccination. But none of these things are testing the real wild virus, as I like to call it, are they? And they skipped all the trials, and even with the volunteers, they didn't want bad reactions, because when you hit a real coronavirus in the wild that's not out of a lab or whatever, or even if it is out of a lab, you can have the cytokine storm response, massive response. And that's why they didn't, I think, really, why wouldn't they have given it to the volunteers rather than test it on the whole population? And then, of course, once a wild virus comes along, if too many folk do get bad responses, when real viruses come along, they can cover their tracks and say it's a different kind of virus or something, or a different strain. This is how I see it, this thing developing. This is my opinion. This is my personal opinion, what I can see so far. Because to skip the human challenge trial tests is not completing the tests. That's how you know if something is more safe. You know, you never guarantee any vaccination is completely safe, but it gives you a higher safety factor if people don't overreact. If your body's immune system after getting the shot doesn't overreact when it meets a wild virus, a similar type in the wild, as they call it. Amazing, eh? Amazing times we're in, indeed. The Dutch government is considering a curfew and fight against COVID. I'll put that one up too. And from Corona stocks, Putin pushes plan to roll out COVID immunity passports in Russia. And he's got an aggressive campaign to stamp out COVID-19 as Russia races to vaccinate its most vulnerable citizens again. They always go for the folk who can't handle it. A lot of them can't handle it, I think. They're so, and then they just say, well, they were so frail anyway. Why would you do it to people who are so frail? When you know, in the healthy folk, there are at least side effects. Doesn't make sense, does it? It really doesn't. For what we've been told, therefore, you can only say there's something else going on here. You know. And so Russia is considering the development and distribution of documents verifying whether individuals have been vaccinated. China has already road-tested technology transmitting people's COVID status. That was done back last spring, via smartphone apps. See, they test everything out in China first, and then we copy it. So I'll put all these articles are from the sources. I'll put up that one too. It says, it hurts and I'm scared. Interior hospitals struggle amid COVID-19 surges. Patients wait for life-saving surgeries. I put it up before, but it gives you an example of a woman who was diagnosed with cancer last October, and she worries that her life-saving surgery may be postponed due to COVID-19, etc. There's lots like that, though. I mean, it's so sad. Because cancer, you've got to catch it in time, especially with primers when they're small, before they've spread to secondaries, metastasized all over the place. It's life and death, isn't it? So why wouldn't you give them priority treatment? See, when things don't make sense, there's other things at play here, really. Also, Bill 195 again. It's an act to this is the Reopening Ontario one. Again, it says a flexible response to COVID-19 Act. It means they can just keep you locked down forever by renewing it every month. But it gives you again all this incredible gobbledygook on what you can do, can't do, cannot do, blah 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 blah. You know. And this one here is mainly to the police and so on, powers to arrest, etc., etc. Powers to revoke orders, powers to amend orders, timeline on application orders. They say they can keep renewing it. For years if they want to, if you let them. That's pretty well it, wouldn't it? Also, another one too is report a COVID vaccine injury. I put that one up too for those who want to see it. There's a little video. And that's what folks should be doing. I mean, you've got just to hold everybody. People can't do whatever they want to you and be unaccountable. There's no way. It can't be that way. Another article too, this one also goes into natural immunity. the COVID has been discovered to be long-lasting. That's your natural herd immunity. I'll put that up there too. It's got the links to it as well. Another one too is this is from the Telegraph. This was in last June. Remember, 2020. People think years have passed since last June. It's astonishing because it died off at the end of March, really into April. The COVID thing. Remember they said that. And remember the people too at the universities in Oxford said the same thing, and Cambridge as well. That if this virus disappears so quickly as it's doing, they won't have any viruses to use for their testing. That's what they said. I've still got the articles, and I put them out there at the time too. So here's back in June. It says, day by day, the coronavirus edges ever closer to extinction. It was disappearing that quickly, right? Time to get back to normal. And that was in the Telegraph newspaper in Britain, right? Saying it's time to open up again too. Well, after that, they started testing the mass rollout of PCR tests to give you the numbers. Oh my God. Well, as I say, it's like a magic test. You can get whatever you want on it, depending on what you want to use it for. If it's for a purpose, for lockdowns, you can get what you want. It can't tell you if you've got an alive virus or a quantity of them, or if you've had it. It's just bits and pieces multiplied through cycles in the lab. So many times until, again, it is utterly useless. Even for the basic possibility that you might possibly, maybe, have something. Your car knows a lot about you. Who owns that data? There you go. So the new cars are packed with technology, keeping us safe. Everything today is talking to you like you're a child, isn't it? They give you the excuse that whatever they're doing, like stealing data and spying on you, it's for your safety. Right off the bat, they tell you it's for your safety. And tracking our every move, but they're also transmitting data in real time back to car manufacturers. And of course, they sell it to everybody else too. So this talks about all the different folk who service our cars to get it serviced and so on. And it says the Association of Automotive Industries Association says there are 500,000 jobs in Canada related to the aftermarket auto parts and auto service market. And so they want a right to choose campaign along with a petition that says Canadians should have access and control of their cars' data. Yeah. It says, sending it back to manufacturers, you see, so the group says independent shops will be effectively shut out from repairing newer cars without the proper data. If they don't have that information, they cannot safely and properly fix your car. It's the autos to get put off the road eventually, step by step by step. You understand that? It's agenda for the 21st century, 2030s, next part of it. They've already said they want them off the road by 2030. The leftist activist who filmed Babbitt's death, that's the woman you saw that they shot at the Capitol building. So the activist who filmed it is charged, apparently, for forcibly entering the building. That's what he's charged with. And it says amongst other charges, willfully and knowingly engaging in disorderly or disruptive conduct. Department of Justice said yesterday. John Sullivan, the founder of Insurgents USA, leftist activist group, started in 2020 in response to the George Floyd tragedy, it says here. This guy is a trained operative for these groups. He claims to be a reporter despite not having any press credentials. You can actually see him on the video, or hear him too, talking about how they get into the building and come on. And that's the one put out by Giuliani, I think, that clip. But yeah, you understand. It's interesting too. You see how some of these characters actually, some of them, not surprisingly, have relatives, even parents in the military, like high up there in intelligence. It doesn't surprise you that they get their offspring into some similar things too. I'm not so sure about this one though. But you hear him calling for violent revolutions and so on in previous videos that he's done with the BLM as an example. And also you actually hear him talking about burning down the building he was in there on the 6th. We're going to burn this place down, he says. Now, the new normal, again, I talked about these years ago and on and off, and high-protein content insects are set to crawl their way into Europeans' plates as EU regulator rules mealworms are safe to eat. Again, I did that earlier, but I'll do it again because it's important you realise the yumminess things of these people who have your best interests at heart, you know. As I mentioned already, that Bill Gates also has patents on the meatless burgers, but they look like meat and all that. And they work way ahead to enrich themselves and to take control over everything as they eliminate meat and beef and so on. You know? So Bill Gates, America's now the top farmland owner, eh? Wow. British judge rules that Julian Assange cannot be extradited to the United States. And it doesn't matter anything. They'll keep him in Britain, obviously. They can keep him. You can keep you indefinitely as playing with you without even convicting you as guilty, you know, of anything. You know. But anyway, this particular article's got the different links from the court decisions on it and so on. And Trump hasn't made a move to pardon a lot of the people that one way or another, even inadvertently, maybe helped them get in at the time when they pointed out so much corruption was going on. This article is interesting too, just interesting to me, but I take everything with a pinch of salt because there's so much, as mentioned before, is run by the authorities. So much of it, of all dialogue that's given to the public, so that you can have your debates and so on using their dialogue. It's all rigged, as I say, you know. When anybody says anything different, it's not authorized, it's banned from this and banned from that, because you're not authorized, you know. Then you have to be careful. But anyway, this is from Reuters, and it says, the blanketing canopy pressing down across the globe of TINA. Now, TINA is a term that came out, I think, in the 19th century, maybe, where it says there is no alternative. That's what it means. There's no alternative. This is rupturing. The fabric is tearing at the seams now with the US courts having abdicated their role in adjudicating suits in connection with the 3rd of November election. It seems that President Trump will make a last effort to change the course of events between 6th and the 20th of January. At point of writing, some 140 Republican representatives say they will challenge the outcome of certain elections on January the 6th. Whether this challenge will succeed or not is moot, it says here. This was January the 4th, this was written, this article, by Alistair Crook. And it says that, what then? Well, Red America, whether rightly or wrongly, sees that 20th January may prove to be the end of the line for them. 8 out of 10 Republicans believe the election was stolen. The crucial Georgia senatorial race likely will be stolen. And the destruction of small and mid-sized businesses through lockdown was a premeditated strategy to further consolidate big business oligarchs, and that ultimately red Americans as conservatives, that's the term, will face cancellation by incoming woke, soft totalitarianism orchestrated by big tech. This is their perspective, their epiphany, revelation. It is, to say the least, bleak. And it goes through different ideas. It could be used like secession. It says, however, it's unlikely. And even if attempted, would likely end badly. But it's a separation that was already happening in a small de facto way. House moves, such as estate agents say, right, housing moves, are being driven firstly by the overarching colour of the neighbourhood being vacated, as well as by the desired destination colour, that's red or blue. That's how this work in the States, is red or blue. And it's odd though, because the so-called left in Britain often uses red for the revolution, you see. That's the red flag flying high, international socialists and so on. But in the States, the conservatives use, or if that's the real name for them, Republicans, are red. And the left is blue. You know. As it says, America separates into two tribes. Yes, many Americans in Western myths about Americans' identity and politics lie shattered on the ground. Many still are in a state of shock. They had imagined their elections as somehow sacrosanct. They'd imagined the courts as arbitrators. They never imagined to see a US president ridiculed and humiliated so by the MSM, mainstream media. Reality has arrived as a slap in the face. That's from Reuters. So, Tina is over. There is no alternative. For alternatives is now open for business. So that the ripples from this unexpected shock of an American epiphany will cascade into the European Union, though European leaders presently are presenting a Nelsonian blind eye to the telescope, and the European media is compliant in simply ignoring anything save the tech narrative of reality. But much more than this, it says. The tear to that oppressive Tina canopy allows other civilizational states assertively to reject criticisms or policies which have been weaponized against their value systems. If Red America can utterly reject woke values and vice versa, then why should other civilizations not reject Western Enlightenment values? This is already afoot as Hungary successfully has faced down the EU over its particular values, which progressive Brussels disdains as illiberal, and as China has made it clear that a trade relationship with Beijing will come only when Europeans put an end to their virtue signaling at others. Where the US was a democracy in any meaningful sense prior to Trump had been a subject of substantial debate, as I was talking about earlier. Before Trump got in the first time, and back when Bush was in, with his wars, the lined-up wars that were already preset, a lot of debate went on then too. As in a 2014 study concluded that economic power was so concentrated in the hands of a tiny clique of billionaire oligarchs. Listen to this. For the harder thinking, I'll say that. This is from Reuters, so I guess it's okay. A 2014 study concluded that economic power now was so concentrated in the hands of a tiny clique of billionaire oligarchs that they had amassed virtually unchallengeable political power, leaving next to no power in anyone else's hands. The report concluded that the US resembled an oligarchy rather than a functioning democracy. Big tech's narrative repression during the last months has rubbed painfully home the point of unchallengeable institutional power to half America. In other words, no one's going to listen to you, to the other half America. And the debate about when the US democracy was lost, however, has been rendered utterly obsolete by the new realities of the COVID era, a combination of sustained lockdowns, demise of small businesses, and of massive state-mandated pandemic support flowing primarily to corporate elites, has left these oligarchs, together with their Silicon Valley and Wall Street allies, further entrenched with literally unassailable economic and political power. And that's the truth of it. You can read the article for yourself. It's longer than that, of course, and it's an interesting article. It goes on quite a bit. But you get the gist of what I'm talking about. And I'd really think that starting with Bush Jr. is rather open with the idea, well, it's not quite working this left and right anymore. We need more and more efficiency. Well, it's technocracy, of course. The one system. The Chinese system. Experts and scientists running populations just like Brave New World. Right down to how long you should live. Should you be allowed to breed? All that kind of stuff. Isn't that what it's all about? Also, this article, help the police protect you. Christian Police Association, I didn't know there was one, urges people to stay at home as fines get tougher. Yeah. So they're telling you to help the police. As a policing minister, Kit Malthouse has warned police will be quicker to act against those breaching the measures in England. Yeah. At least 32,000 fines were issued up to December 2020 in England and Wales, of which 8,000 were issued in November last year. And again, the Christian Police Association, Lee Russell, he's the executive director of them, told the Premier, it's hard to say if the fines are helping, but yeah, just keep persecuting the people. We don't know if it's helping you. They're already broke because they can't earn money, so let's just find what's left of them. So there's a number of fines being issued, but of course there's been some high-profile cases where people have said that they'd really hadn't broken the rules. Of course, that makes it really, really confusing for the street police officer trying to do a difficult. Well, you see, maybe they should read the rules. And when there's exemptions and things like that, maybe you should take that into consideration. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Boris Johnson has been heavily criticised for riding his bike 7 miles away from Downing Street. And 2 women recently had fines revoked for meeting up for a walk with coffee 5 miles away from their homes. I think Hancock too is in one of the papers there with I think it's a soccer ball or something. I'm not quite sure, but he's in some park somewhere with no mask on, nothing, but well, who's looking, eh? Anyway, it's been made deliberately confused. What it does, you see, is increase anxiety, exactly what they want, for compliance. If you don't understand something, you're anxious all the time. And you might be more compliant when they shout at you, hey, you, yeah, you. So anyway, that's it for tonight, actually. Cuttingthroughthematrix.com, remember, send a few pennies my way, because it certainly helps me tick along. And hopefully we can all stay pretty safe through all of this nonsense that's gone. Because the reaction, the first time in history where they've locked down the healthy. They've shut down the entire economy, except for the big, again, their pals who own the huge mega food stores and so on. Corporations. What does that tell you? It was all arranged before you heard of COVID, obviously. Yeah. And you've not to come out of this. The world will be completely different when you emerge from this. They're going to have it down for you, on and off for years, folks. They've already said, like I've had all the articles, everything I say is from their articles, which they put out themselves, by the characters who say it. Even Fauci said it, well, you get the vaccination, before they're trying to say, yeah, you might go back to normal if you take the vaccine. Then they say, well, if you take the vaccination, doesn't mean you go back to normal. And you still have to wear a mask, and you can still catch it and spread it. And so, this is from their own mouths, for goodness sake. Which would tell me, in my opinion, there's a much bigger, different agenda in play right now. And it's much closer to Mr. Klaus Schwab, who's awfully happy about it all, with his little old-fashioned spacesuit jacket on with the big shoulders that you see in the old movies. Like things to come by the masters. I guess that's how he sees himself. But don't forget, for his comic figure, this guy he's got a finger in every pie. He was around all these different meetings and the different agreements and even the tests that they have with the European Parliament, the Commission, on how they'd manage it before it happened with COVID. He was there. I'm sure it was him that was there telling them all what to do and how to react to it all. I thought, what has he got to do with medicine or health and so on? Well, it's the Great Reset, Great Reset. And the world will never be the same again. That's what they said back last year, remember, at the beginning of it. And Fauci said, the world will never be the same again. You won't ever go back to normal. What did he know? Because you could, obviously, if healthy folk could still go out and work and everything was still open, and you took care of the more vulnerable, real care, and really protected them, and gave them good medication, antivirals and so on. But the first time, let's lock down everybody and the healthy, especially the healthy. And it's the healthy themselves often don't know they've even had it. And if they've had it, they're obviously over it, meaning they do have antibodies to it. So, yeah, beyond confusion, isn't it? If you were to go by the authoritative sources at the top, the so-called authorized masters of truth. And I don't know what God authorized them to do that, but it's obviously amongst the oligarchs up yonder. Who are getting richer and richer and richer off this. As they take our tax money handouts, billions of dollars to each one of them, to make this gadget or that gadget or passports or whatever it happens to be. And remember, folks, too, that you can send cash. You can use PayPal. You can use other means of getting money to me. at cuttingthroughthematrix.com. And remember too, don't force people, don't turn people off by overloading them with anything you've discovered or found out about what's going on, because they can't handle it. And you cannot compete with folk who are addicted to mainstream television every single day. Incredible. I heard some hype of the stuff they've been putting out on television to terrify the public, and it was so produced with a fast narrative and the anxiety in the voice, all done by actors to terrify the public. This is on the news. Like guidance for the public, you know. I thought, oh, no wonder they're neurotic now. So all you can do is give your opinions on things to those that you can, and of course, don't tell them not to take vaccinations, because you'll definitely get hammered. You can't make people do that anyway. They'll do what they want, regardless. But you can, if you're asked, you can give them what you know, or show them the evidence or the links to official sites that show you what you're talking about. And that way you're helping them to look for themselves. But this is a huge agenda, massive agenda, with a lot of fallout in so many areas. I mean, no war has done this. Shut down everything. Crashed economy. This is a whole sustainability agenda they've been prattling about since Maurice Strong and his Rio summit and so on, even before then. This is the whole agenda concentrated into this time and rammed through immediately, all at once, boof, shut down everything. And you've just started, because they're going to drag this on. It's the World Bank said that maybe 5 years they're preparing for, and that can be renegotiated for another 5 years automatically, just straight, without a break. Yeah. You can change society in a huge way in a matter of 5 years. Quickly, you're more done on a social planning system in 5 years of war than 50 years of peace and propaganda. So, cuttingthroughthematrix.com, and let me know you're there, and what you noticed and what you see yourselves, because you're living through history, and your eyes and your mind and what you see really gives you real history you can pass on, not the official stuff that comes out later that was written before the events happen. That's how things really are done, you know, pretty efficiently. But we're in a time, it's not a matter of giving up either. It's a matter of thinking and being aware that you really are not alone. There's lots of people like you. It's a matter of connecting to people and having your own little support groups, because you'll need support groups as we go through the chaos, right down to how to even get food to you or to each other, things like that. Or even taking someone out where they have to go somewhere and they can't get out themselves, and so on and so on. You have to work it out, make sure you know the rules, the latest rules. They can change by the day if they want to keep yourself safe from it all. You've got to keep safe. And if you have support groups that can really help you come through really nasty times, the people who had the hardest times, even during the Soviet era and the hard times of the Soviet era, and the hardest times were people who literally had no friends or something, or they're really completely isolated for other reasons. And the ones who came through it and who knew what was going on had their own little support groups. Careful ones, didn't go boasting what they were up to and so on, because the state doesn't tolerate it. We're in the same state now, aren't we? Where the state doesn't tolerate any dissent. This is martial law, and you will obey. Look at the statements by Doug Ford. Whoa. Nothing, hello people, I know you're suffering, but this is what you will have to do for all of blah, blah, blah. No, just tells you what to do. So cuttingthroughthematrix.com, and it's best to download it for MP3s or whatever and play it at your leisure, an hour at a time perhaps. And remember, you're not alone. Don't just throw up your hands and give up. And all those two who fell for the last 4 years into disillusionment and got set up at the end and abandoned, in a sense, you know, with no real leadership at all. Don't blame yourselves. You know, you're going through psychological operations on you by your own governments, using professionals, massive think tanks and operatives working full-time. They've done it across the globe for over many, many years. So they can pull it off quite easily, Don't fall into anything and be a silly patsy. Don't let anybody convince you to do anything which is going to get you in trouble. Anything's illegal, because that's what a lot of them do. And be a support to each other. That's all you can do in the meantime. And some things will happen. I know certain things will happen as they unroll more and more of what they're planning to do. And there'll be fallout from it, big fallout from it. And people will start to notice things and so on. And that's just the way it's going to be. But anyway, don't get yourself in trouble, because you're dealing with professionals who go around the world causing trouble. Understand that? And this is an evil time. It's a very evil time that we're going through, no doubt about it. This took years of planning of what's happening now. And the will has to come through eventually. The will of the people has to come through eventually. And all sides will, in all different areas. Forget all the manufactured sides that they've given you already. Right down to ethnic groups. What do you belong to? What do you believe? What do you blah, blah, blah. Forget all that stuff. Eventually comes down where everyone's suffering equally. And that's where you get things done. You have cooperation. All good things come out of cooperation. From myself, Alan Watt from Ontario, Canada, it's good night. May your God or your Gods go with you.